I don't think do I need to take, I do need to take public comment for this. Is that correct in that?
You do not. It's just administrative.
Okay, thank you. So I note that staff views the application as complete and recommends approval, so it is approved.
Thank you.
The marijuana license renewal application for Investments, etc. LLC. Next on the agenda is public comment. If we have anybody here that wishes to make public comment, please click raise hand, and I'll give you 5 minutes and hear what you have to say. Okay, seeing none, I'm closing public comment. Next thing on the agenda is discussion of volunteer board and commission appointments. I think this is around the Planning Commission. We had a number of applicants that we interviewed over the last, well, one of these going back 6 or 9 months. And Beth, it might be helpful if you put up the current roster.
Can you see that?
Yeah, I can, thank you. So it looks like we have, I see that Russ Clark has an application for reappointment. Maybe we just start the conversation there. I know in the past we have wanted to do an interview and do a check-in before we just reappoint people.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think he was, I'm sorry. I might have included his paperwork from last winter. We already did reappoint him. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
I think column C is in the Open Space Commission. Is that when they started their service, or what does that date mean?
It is some of both. Some of a reappointment date, some of start of service, but actually Frank Young, he started in 2000
or something. Yeah. Yeah, I think it would be useful to have whenever people started their service. And I mean, it's probably a conversation for another time, but a lot of boards recommend having term limits. And again, probably not a conversation for today, but I think that would be good information to carry on these type of inventories.
Sean, do you want their original date, the first time they were appointed?
Not right now, but I think the next time we bring this up, I just think it would be good information to have in front of us.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense. So we have, Sean, to catch you up, were you here when we interviewed Tony Williams?
I saw a picture of him. I could answer that, but I think so.
It might be in his bio. Yeah, he's got one in his bio that looks pretty close to what he looked like on screen.
What neighborhood is he from again?
Georgetown.
Oh, I do remember him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely remember him now. Because he lives part-time there, or at least at one time he lived part-time there and had a job down the hill.
Yeah. Okay, so and I'm just, I guess, kind of trying to find some momentum for this conversation. So I'll just summarize who we have applied, who's applied. We have Greg Scott and Joel Ricklefs. Both of them I would categorize as living in the Idaho Springs area. Both are in unincorporated Clear Creek. They live within a mile or so of each other.
Did you mean Jeff Ricklefs?
That is what I meant.
Oh, okay. I thought you said Joe or Joel. Sorry.
I may have. Thanks for the correction. So we have those two applicants who are basically neighbors. They live within a mile as the crow flies of one another. And I know we want to do geographic diversity here. We have Tony Williams, who lives in Georgetown, and Michael Tansey, who I think I recall lives on Floyd Hill.
Yes.
So we have 4 applicants. We have 3 spots.
Seems like we talked to Michael quite a long time ago, like at the beginning of the summer. Does that sound right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe even last winter.
Yeah. It's been a long time.
And at the time, we had wanted folks further west. I think at the time we had 3 folks who were east of the Twin Tunnels, and we thought that was sufficient. And a long-standing member of the Planning Commission has since resigned.
From Floyd Hill.
John Muscatel, who lived on Floyd Hill. So one of the questions in front of us is, do we want a Floyd Hill seat? But I mean, I'm happy to just kind of stop trying to wrap my head around this and hear thoughts from you two.
I think it's most important personally that we find somebody who has the energy for the commitment and who really wants to do it. And then I think geography probably comes next for me. But with all that said, there's so much action, if you will, in our near future. Well, actually, I'm thinking about the road more so than anything else. But I do like the idea of having someone in Floyd Hill if we can find somebody who really wants to do it, who has the right background. And if I remember, I think our candidate, at least in my mind, fit that description. Although I think in the future, it probably would be a little better to have this conversation closer to when the interview was, because it was quite a while ago.
Yeah, I think if we have not talked to Mr. Tansey since that time, we could make decisions today contingent, and we decided we wanted him to be one of the applicants. We could make that decision contingent upon his continued interest if we have not spoken to him recently, although maybe Beth has spoken to him recently or someone else.
Yeah, I've talked to him a couple times over the past year, and he still expressed interest. So he's kind of just stayed in touch with us, and I see him on our meetings quite often. So I was just trying to see if I can just stop share for a second to see. I don't see him here today.
Yeah, I do remember being favorably impressed with his the conversation that we had, and I remember that the concentration of Floyd Hill was really the sticking point. That was in my mind, at least.
That's what I recall as well. I remember he's got a lot of executive experience, and I mean, clearly a strong thinker. I think I recall he'd been in the community for a couple of years, which I think we made an appointment of somebody who's also been in the community for maybe less time than that. I do recall from the interview some maybe, I don't know. What am I trying to say here? some notions about our community, who we are, where we're headed, that seemed prematurely formed. But I don't know that that's, Sean, I agree with you. Willingness and ability to think through the job is really important. Randy, I don't know if you have any thoughts.
You know, my recollection was different people have different ideas about whether this kind of stuff is important, but having enough time in the community to be grounded is another element, like executive experience and critical thinking skills. And if not, then at least a willingness to be able to look at the documentation and archives of what's come before. And I'm thinking he was the one that when we asked the question, how do you factor something like a master plan that was created over time? He said, well, any plan that anyone has made, and I think it was Michael that said this, that's 5 or more years old is pretty much obsolete and you need new thinking. And it's kind of like you could almost pitch it because it's not relevant. And so that was one thing that I saw as a negative. The idea that a plan that's created by a whole lot of people over a lot of time, over a period that reflects a lot of different regional and local factors in the community that comes together and creates a community vision is you could come to town a year or two ago and say, no, we pitch that and we start over with my own, perspective. And I think it's good to bring new perspective in all the time, and those things do have to be updated, but I think that has to be balanced. And so that was the only question. Otherwise, I liked him a lot, and I'm not totally sure I remember he was the one. It was either that or one of the guys, one of the people from the other side of the hill. But one of them said that, and that kind of bothered me that a whole lot of community members over a whole lot of time that had been around a long time working on something would create a master plan. And master plans take a long time to do, so it's not like you do them every year. That you would pitch the master plan as an important factor. So, I mean, that's a discussion to be had that I think somebody could learn if you have a different perspective. The other side of it, though, is I really like the idea of having someone from Floyd Hill on the Planning Commission. I think that's important. It's a real important place. It has that has a lot of people. It's in terms of population, it's almost another Idaho Springs. In a place that's not a whole lot larger than that. So it's a major population place with major concentration of population that has development issues come up that their voice, it would be good to have on the Planning Commission, and he'd be good for that, so those are my comments right off the bat.
Yeah, and not to try and contradict you, but the way you describe that, Randy, sounds pretty a little bit intense to me in terms of someone saying that about a master plan, and I don't remember that. So I'm not saying he didn't say it. I'm just saying I kind of think I would have remembered something that striking. And again, this is the disadvantage of letting so much time pass.
I agree.
When we
I agree.
talk to them.
The only reason I remembered is I think, and that's why I had to qualify and say I'm not sure who it was, is the person that said it. It really stuck out to me when I heard it. That the voices of a lot of people over a long time working really hard didn't really matter a couple of years later.
Yeah, I just have 2 other observations. One of them is, I mean, before I ran for office, I personally knew almost nothing about Silver Plume and Georgetown. And so I think there's probably a lot of people in the community who are really qualified who will have to learn about the geography of the whole county.
Agreed.
And the other thing I would say is I do think there's probably some advantages too of someone coming in from a different community where they saw things done differently.
Agreed with both of those. And I may have less articulately than you just did try to allude to those, that those are just things to learn, and it's always good to have fresh ideas and fresh set of eyes too.
Yep.
Randy, I think you described better than I could what it was about that interview that had me feeling a little uncomfortable. And I don't think we need to be intense about it. And I don't think you were overly intense. But I do think that if you're new to the community, and you want to take part in making decisions that'll affect the way the community looks, feels, and is forever, you probably, I would feel more comfortable appointing a person who came in with an attitude, kind of like there's another person that we appointed that was fresh with the community. And what they said is, yeah, I need to dig into the master plan. I need to understand the work that's already been done and the perspectives of the people who live here. And my primary job is to go there and listen. Whereas I heard something a little bit more like my primary job is to build the plan from Mr. Tanzi. And I'm not trying to quote him. That's just kind of my perception, and it has been a while, and I'd like to address that too, Sean, because we did make a decision on this, and so it's not like we said thanks for the application, let's never talk. We did an interview, we made a decision.
Was our decision to wait, or was it no? I don't remember.
Our decision at the time was a no because there was already somebody from his area in the seat.
Yeah. Okay, that sounds more reasonable. Yeah. The only thing I would add to that real quick is the gentleman we talked to in Georgetown, I'm pretty sure I asked him if he'd ever been to a planning commission meeting or read the master plan, and I'm pretty sure he said no to both. So in some ways, that could be the same type of a deal. He might read the master plan and come up with a similar comment.
Yeah, it's a legitimate.
Yeah. So, okay, so then.
Which is another way of saying I give somebody points for digging in and coming to our meetings and actually reading the master plan.
Right.
Yeah, definitely. And we appointed somebody else who said that I think maybe they said they had thumbed through it a little bit. And so I think we should be careful to be consistent and also recognize, Sean, you point this out regularly. I mean, these folks are volunteers, and it's the first barrier to entry is wanting to do it and being willing to read the packet and do your best. So we have 3 slots. That's Michael Tanzi. Should we keep moving through the conversation? Or would you like for us to, either of you like for us to make a decision about Mr. Tanzi right now?
The other alternative is, I mean, we could bring him back on our next meeting for 15 minutes. If I'm still probably a little confused about what he said or didn't say.
That's a good point, Sean. I think that we could appoint a couple. We could appoint a couple today and fill 2 of the slots, and the others I was all, honestly, the 2 that live close to each other, I think I was the most impressed with. Mr. Williams has time in the community, at least part-time, and a long-standing amount of time in the community. I was very impressed, I think, with the Clark and Rickliffs, or impressed enough with the Clarks and Rickliffs applications, but they're also, neighbors a mile or so apart. I'll just throw that out and stop because I haven't really processed it yet fully.
As far as Mr. Tanzi, I think that makes sense. Just to ask him for another interview. It has been, I don't think it's been a year, but I think it was last winter that we did that. So I think do we all agree on that we'd like for him to come back? We maybe even could send some questions in advance to Beth so that because what I don't want to do is I just want him to be prepared, and kind of know the things that are on our minds and be able to respond to them. Does that sound good?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Next, we have, since we brought up Tony Williams, I thought the interview went well. Sean, I think you asked a question. I'm not sure Tony Williams lives here. I think I heard him say something like, once I move there. And I think that before I'm ready to appoint him, he needs to show us that he has residency here.
I kind of agree with that.
I'm looking at his application again, and now I'm remembering more. He does have a ton of relevant experience, technical experience as a civil engineer and planning manager, etc., and did some work with the CDPHE's Air Quality Commission. So I remember being pretty impressed with that part of his candidacy. But I do remember him saying he was either in the process of some kind of a work situation change, and I think he basically said he wasn't yet living in Georgetown full time.
I think so too. And Peter, can you help us understand, is that a requirement that's in our imagination, which could be a good one anyway, or is that more like a legal requirement?
The residency requirement?
Yes.
Yes, it's required. It's in our bylaws, actually, that they need to be a resident of Clear Creek County. The question is what determines residency? And usually that's where they are where they're registered to vote, where they receive their mail, what's on their driver's license. Typically, we look to those type of things. So, for example, if he's registered to vote in Denver, I would not necessarily consider him a resident of Clear Creek County.
Right.
Yeah, there's one other thing I just remembered, and Beth will probably remember this. There's a gentleman I met in Evergreen named Chad Wallace, who's building a house in Floyd Hill, and he's got a really strong background. He's been a developer in Central America and wants to basically put his roots down. But this conversation reminds me that he couldn't be a candidate because his house isn't done and he hasn't moved in yet.
Okay. So in that case, maybe it sounds like on this, we just need somebody on our staff to ask Mr. Williams to establish his residency.
Kind of another open question for people like Chad, who may or may not end up being a good candidate. How do we sort of keep them engaged at some level, rather than just, because I think some people will just go off and do something else if they think we've given them a no.
You want me to reach out to him?
I guess it's just more of a general question. Like, I mean, we have this sort of pool of potential candidates who could serve in any capacity, potentially on a volunteer board or commission. I just think it would be great if over time we could figure out a way of keeping them more engaged and interested in helping us or serving. Because I think some people, like, their interest kind of pops up, and if we don't take advantage of that, they're going to go do something else.
Yeah, I don't have any immediate solutions, but Sean, it's a good, I share your definition of the problem.
Yeah, maybe
Yeah,
just
yeah.
putting them on the mailing list, or I don't know, there's probably something we can do to keep them, minimally engaged.
A part of me, yeah, and I actually, I'm not disagreeing with that. It's a catch-22, because it's like you want people to show the motivation to show that they really are interested, and so that self-motivation is a good sign. But on the other hand, we also know what it's like to find enough volunteers to get any job done, and so it takes some recruiting also, which we're doing. So I think that's a legitimate idea about when people have shown interest to at least keep them on the wire and on the mailing list or something. Because for the time that they do become eligible to even have the job.
Yeah. Okay, so I just got my eyes on the clock. It looks like we're taking a little more time than was planned for us, which is okay. I think we know we want to ask Michael Tansey back to interview. We know that we need Tony Williams to establish his residency. We have 3 slots, 4 applicants. We have Mr. Ricklefs and Mr. Scott, who right now we could appoint them both. We could, I'll share that having them be on the same road doesn't feel like great geographic diversity to me. Other thoughts?
We already have someone from Georgetown too. So I think, don't we, did I see that we have a person from Georgetown right now? So I'm just saying that that's kind of the equivalent of 2 people living in the unincorporated county who live a mile apart. So I don't know that it's more of a disqualifier than to appoint a second person from Georgetown. When you have, for example, I don't think we have anyone from Idaho Springs, and those people are from the Idaho Springs area at least.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure. Yeah, there's zip code is 80452. So, Randy, is that an argument that we would consider appointing them both right now? I mean, I'm not trying to arrive at early conclusions, but that's what's on the table.
I was just throwing that out as, I was kind of giving the devil's advocate side to that, because I'm having the same, I like the geographic diversity to the best that we can do it. But then I was looking at the geographic diversity that's represented by our other solutions, and to appoint another person from Georgetown is the same as having two people that live in, the unincorporated part of the Idaho Springs area. So it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other with regard to where that falls. And what we could do is through that method, we could get 2 filled today and then be able to fill the third one according to the results of our other 2 investigations.
I think historically, we've kind of choked on appointing a third person from really the same neighborhood. Like I remember my next door neighbor, Randy, who's now on the Board of Adjustments. It was Christensen. I mean, there was 3 people. He would have been the third one within like a mile radius.
I agree with you, and I think it's important to have someone from Floyd Hill. We just have a little bit of a dichotomy there, and almost any direction we go except for Floyd Hill is going to leave us with 2 people from within about a mile of each other.
Has there ever been someone from St. Mary's or Alice? Because I feel like that's an area that has a lot of planning issues that has never had any representation that I can remember.
Yeah, I mean, that was sitting in the back of my head too, Sean.
Mm-hmm. Good point.
So I mean, I don't know. I could decide to consider appointing both of them right now. I could decide to consider appointing just one of them. I could decide to table this for 2 weeks and just pick the conversation up, looking at the amount of time and what else is on the calendar.
Why don't we do that? Because then we'll get clarity on Tony's residency and have a little bit more informed conversation. And I don't think it'll take nearly as long.
Yeah, I'd like to try to accomplish both of those things really quickly so we can do it. We're kind of like leaving it hanging out there. And we have had 2 or 3 people from one area before, and I completely agree that 2 people from a mile apart isn't as good as having people more broadly spread. But I would also like to get this done because we've kind of been hanging on it for a long time, especially with Mr. Tansey as an example, being out there for the better part of a year. So if we could schedule, first of all, it'd be really easy. We can know before this meeting's over whether Mr. Williams is registered to vote here and a resident here. And I'm not suggesting we come back to it today, but I'm just suggesting we can do those 2 things pretty quickly and cross those, dot that I and cross that T and come back to this within a couple of weeks, maybe.
Okay, so let me see if I can summarize where we're at. We need staff to reach out to Tony Williams and ask him to establish his residency. We want to reach out to Michael Tansey and ask him either for another interview or to respond to some questions in writing. I don't really have a strong preference there, but I think that sending questions we have for Mr. Tansey to Beth might be helpful. Beth, do you think that would be helpful? What I don't want to do is, here's another interview. We're not going to give you any heads up about what's on our mind.
I agree
with that. And I think we might also just consider sending the written questions and getting written answers and making a decision based on that just as well, because then it doesn't, we can get to the bottom line maybe a little more quickly.
Okay, so we're doing written answers on Mr. Tansey. We're asking Tony Williams to establish his residency. We're basically tabling Scott and Rick Leff's, and we're taking this back up in 2 weeks.
And now, just to confuse it a little bit more, we could pick one of the 2 people today and get at least one of the 3 of them filled, and then leave the other 2 in abeyance for among the other 3 candidates, depending on how those other pieces of information come in and whether we make a decision to recruit up in St. Mary's as an example, or any number of things we might do. But do we want to appoint one today from among the 2 that we have that are close together in the Idaho Springs area? So
I think it would take me a little while to get to the point where I had a preference of one over the other. So
okay, all right.
Fair enough. And then I don't know, Sean, you may not have been here for all the interviews, and this would give you time to go back and watch them if you wanted.
yeah, that's perfect.
Okay, great. So I think that is, Beth, you got all that? Okay, excellent. Moving on, wanting to preserve as much time as we can for the school district presenters at 9:15. County Commissioner updates. I have two quick things. I'll just jump into them. First, CCI, we submitted 3 legislative ideas. Just want to give you a quick report. The pleasant surprise on the recreation services, allowing counties to propose sales taxes for recreation services. That idea got 85% support. I have been trying to wrap my head around whether this really is the year for this idea. I don't think that I'm ready to say that this idea like has good legislative language around it. And I don't think this idea has gone through a robust stakeholder process. So I'm not sure that this is its year, and I'm considering pulling it. I'm reaching out to lobbyists with CCAT and CCI to try to get their read on it. Do you all have any thoughts for me on that?
85% is a high number. I mean, it seems like there's some interest and momentum, and just putting it back on the shelf after that type of reception. I don't know.
Yeah, I think part of me says we could, because sometimes you have to let it percolate and take a run, and it doesn't work the first time, but it starts getting people oriented to the idea. And you're not asking with this, legislation to actually pass a tax. You're asking for a permissive measure to allow counties to use local control to do what they need to do within their area. And I don't know that it's too soon to do that. And as a matter of fact, it might be time to kind of like sow the seeds, even if it doesn't go anywhere this year. But the other part is, if we're not technically ready to build the legislation and have it ready in time, that you think is a responsible representation. I know, George, so I would trust your judgment on that, because you've been tracking this, way hard. I'm in favor of it, and have been for a long time, this idea. But I haven't been like putting the pieces together and trying to assemble the idea and the legislation and the political will to get it done like you have. So I would trust your judgment, but I don't think it's too soon to throw it in there if we can have the paper ready and the idea ready, to sell. So
How does it usually work? I mean, somebody like you, George, reach out to a few legislators and just float a couple trial balloons and see if anybody is interested in running with it? Or, I mean, ultimately that has to happen at some point.
So
sorry.
You can, and it's to your benefit to have an idea, to be able to go to CCI and say, we have a sponsor.
Right.
Oftentimes, by the time you get a sponsor, you end up pulling it from CCI. So there's this sweet spot for things to become a CCI bill where they've gone through significant stakeholder work. And I think that's kind of the liability, is that I know I haven't spoken to either of the ski areas or any of the rafting industry about this concept. I don't think anybody else in the state has. And I don't, like, in good partnership to our own industries and just in good legislative practice, ideas like this tend to go through a more robust process. But anyway, that's, I heard from both of you that you think it could kind of go either way, and you'll be fine. But I think I'll not a game time call, but I've got a couple more people I want to reach out to and hear their thoughts on. And then I'll just make a call.
Yeah.
You pointed out the third thing that I think is really important, which is industry partners who would be affected stakeholders. And I mean, the way I've done this in the past, in the last year or so, on a couple of them, is to both reach out and find a couple of legislators so they're ready, but then go through CCI, CCAT, and let them do outreach on the items to those people as well, and kind of put the nuts and bolts together. But that third piece is who are the industry stakeholders. And I do recall that it's a good idea to reach out and at least give a heads up to some folks. And an example was where we cleaned up the OHV law that was giving an inordinate loophole to out-of-state folks and others who chose to pretend to be out-of-state folks. And among the three things were to, first of all, find a couple of people that were interested, call up CCI, and Eric got all over it. Eric Bergman did, and did a really good job of assembling the balance of it, who worked with our attorneys to put that together, Bob, and then afterwards Peter, because it transitioned over that time. But the third thing I did was call up Scott Jones at Coveco and give him a heads up that we weren't trying to sandbag the OHV industry and user group. We were trying to actually clean it up, and Coveco came out in support of the measure. Colorado Off-Highway Vehicle Coalition liked it because it cleaned up both their image as well as gave their local users equal footing to out-of-state users. So, I mean, that's just was an example of this kind of a three-pronged approach to it.
And maybe this isn't something for another conversation, but do we have any notion like what we might do if we had that tax revenue to apply to it? And my follow-on recommendation, kind of gentle recommendation, is Fred Kloss from Echo is probably a good person to at least, I mean, he's been super responsive to me in the past, and maybe just kind of let him know that we're having this conversation and see if he has any interest in engaging with us.
Yeah,
There's something similar at Loveland too.
we've got a lot of rafting companies too.
Yeah, probably John Rice, I'm sure, would probably weigh in on this.
Yeah, okay. Well, thank you for the guidance. The other two, I just have updates. The short-term rental transparency I pulled from CCI's process. It will be, that concept is embedded in a bill we expect from Senator Hansen. And so I pulled it from CCI. The other one, unincorporated sales taxation. This is a multi-year idea construction. We still don't even know if it's a good idea. We just know there's a big tax base out there. And so I'm pulling that one as well. It did, 85% of counties responded yes to the question. I'd like to know more about my sales tax base in the unincorporated area. And next steps for me are trying to find somebody, a student or somebody who wants to try to understand, basically do the analysis I did for Clear Creek for all 64 counties. The other thing on my update is fire authority. You know, we've been talking about eventually needing more revenues for fire protection on this side of the county. In that conversation, I've tried to, I would like, if we're going to get on a ballot, to ask for more revenues for fire protection, for us to include kind of an aspirational goal for what wildfire mitigation can look like, what that agency's role is in wildfire mitigation. And so I'm trying to put together a, for lack of a better term, a summit of folks engaged in fire. My question to you right now, does that feel like a Board of County Commissioner conversation, or does that feel like a George, go have a conversation? The primary intent of the conversation would be to inform an aspirational role for fire protection on this side of the county that could be in a ballot question.
I mean, I think that's a great conversation. The thing I would add to it is, it seems like what I've heard of the discussions going on with the fire authority is more toward professional paid firefighters and a full-time staffing model. And my primary question is, where does that lead us, right? I mean, where does that path end? And the thing that concerns me is seeing other districts go through this. It oftentimes means the death of the volunteer system. And so the question that I'm wondering is, if that happens, what kind of service can we provide, particularly being able to marshal significant number of resources to address a commercial fire in one of the towns, or a wildfire, or what about two wildfires that would happen from a lightning system coming through, and I'm very concerned about where that road leads, both financially and from a standard of cover to be able to address the risks that will pop up in this part of that part of the county, rather.
Yeah. And it's a question I have as well. I think the short answer that I got is that we can't really, with our tax base, have an entirely professional fire system that can respond to real incidents. So, and I recognize it's 9:12. I don't want to take a ton of time. My primary question was, I'm going to try to pull together that meeting. It's not a big deal to invite the commissioners. It's another couple schedules to navigate, and then we just have to post it. Would you guys like to be part of that or not?
I would, but I think that it's important for it to happen. So if the two of the three of us can show up, I think the most important thing is that we start that conversation sooner rather than later.
Right, yeah, the same. And I think the more of us that can be there, the better. I mean, I'm going to make whatever effort I can to be there as well. I think we need all heads in the game, and in order to, first of all, get to agreement and hopefully consensus and come up with a good solution. So I think we all need to be on deck for this one. That's my feeling. And
Yeah, that's fine. That's all from me. I will make sure you all are included in that process.
Yeah, the very last thing I'll say, and I'll yield my time as Commissioner Update, is St. Mary's is a good example for me. Like, right, what if we do go to more of a full-time staffing model? It's hard to imagine us being able to financially swing a full-time staff at St. Mary's. And if we don't have one and the volunteer system isn't there, what's the fire protection look like if you live up there?
Boy, that's a really good point, Sean, because travel time all the way up to, to the top of St. Mary's is a long ways if people have to show up out of nowhere. And I mean, if people have to get out of bed, get to the station and get to St. Mary's, that's a pretty long response time. You're right.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's all from me. Randy, Sean, what do you have for us?
I suggest, in the interest of time, because it's 9:14 and we have a 9:15 item with somebody on deck, that I don't really have anything that's burning that I need to do. And if I think of something and go, oh yeah, I do need to talk about this, I'll slip it in later in the meeting or something. So.
Okay. Similar to you, Brian, BOCC County Manager, in the back of my head, I was thinking I'd ask you if you have any urgent county manager stuff, or if we can try to slot that in later in the day.
I do not. Just a friendly reminder, I am in Portland actually for the ICMA conference, but dialing in. I got a lot of background noise behind me, so probably have my camera off, but I'm here engaged, and I'll yield my time to Kelly.
Okay. Thank you. So next thing, and look at this. Here we are. We're landing the plane. It's 9:15. We have Kelly Flanagan here to discuss the school's ballot issue. Kelly, the floor is yours. Thanks for coming.
Thank you very much for having me. Thank you all for the opportunity to share and for the moment of ego boost for you yielding time to me. I'm going to write that down and tell my family that has happened. I really wanted to talk through with you and answer any questions that you might have about the ballot item that the school district has on the ballot for A. This is a bond measure, a $33 million bond measure that will put funding in all of the buildings in the district. A lot of these are very overdue type of expenditures. I'm happy to walk through those with you. And I think I will just at a high level give you an idea about what each of these school facilities would receive in the event that we are successful with this question. And then I'll answer any questions that you have. So again, overall, the total cost is a $33 million bond. This presents about $750,000 to the Georgetown Community School. The Georgetown Community School is a charter school, so we are not obligated necessarily to put bond dollars there, but we believe that's the right thing to do for our kids, for our community, and really recognizing that we really are all in this together. The Georgetown Community School would receive a complete roof replacement, exterior improvements, including siding and asphalt. And if you did not know, the Georgetown Community School does not have the ability to do a hot lunch program. So we would be able to make some kitchen improvements so that they could have food service operations. As I mentioned, they are a charter, so they have determined that they would have enough operating money to be able to staff that with a full-time employee to be able to run a food service program. At King Murphy, we're proposing $1.25 million for King Murphy. This school has not had significant upgrades since it was built in 1982. There have been some kind of a little more than duct tape repairs, but they've really come out of some general fund. So what we intend to do there is to modernize the facility, improve safety, and then ultimately, and we're very excited about this, increase preschool capacity. They are on a wait list, a pretty significant wait list, as are all of our preschools in the community, but we need more space. And this would allow for that. If you walked through the King Murphy building, you would really see just I'm going to try to be really respectful of the facilities that we manage, but it's tired. And we have an exceptional program that's there, but the facility is tired, so much so that when I went in, the screws in the front door fell out and I had to screw those all back in so that they could be operable. We anticipate $500,000 to the middle school, high school. This will do some improvements there to the flooring. I know that there sort of is the vernacular that this is a new school. This school is 20 years old and has also not had very significant upgrade. The other piece that we really want to do is the full completion of the athletic complex with the acquisition and installation of outdoor lights at the field, giving the ability not only for Friday night light football games, but really being able to think a lot more holistically around our athletic program, our community events, and what options are open when we can do things in the evening and into the night. And then the big ticket item is renovating building 103 to serve as an elementary school. And I want to take a couple minutes to talk about that. We've done significant community engagement to talk with parents, teachers, students at Carlson to really gauge whether or not we had their support in this idea of moving Carlson or the Idaho Springs Elementary School to building 103. There are certainly some concerns that we are hopeful that we've taken into consideration with this question. But the big pushback and the big question that we have that we cannot solve for is how do you improve its safety given its current location where it is surrounded by gas stations and a Greyhound bus stop, as well as no real hug and go place for drop off and pickup. And no matter what we could do, we can't change its location without actually changing its location. So what we are proposing is to move Carlson into 103 and providing an opportunity to really embrace sort of this tower of learning concept in a lifelong community learning facility. The 2 floors, the first and second floor, would really be converted into a really modern and airy elementary school. And the top 2 floors would have full asbestos abatement and become separated from the second or from the first 2 floors so that we are really acknowledging and respecting that we need to keep our littles really safe and separate from any other use that may be in the 3rd or the 4th floor. We have a lot of interest in that and what type of community partners could be in there from before and after care, from a child care perspective. We have other partners who have talked about embracing community theater and what that might look like on the 4th floor. But again, I want to make sure that you understand that it would be partner ready, but student safe. That was one of the large concerns that we had from Carlson families was how do we make sure that those students are not being, in a position where strange adults are walking in and through their building. And we took that very much to heart and will not allow that to happen. So these will be fully separated spaces. We would have a bond management company to be able to provide really that financial transparency and oversight, and that comes in at a cost of a little over $2 million. And then of course our risk, inflation, and contingency in there as well. So that brings us to the grand total of $33 million. And then from a taxpayer perspective, what does that mean? That means this would be $2.99 per month of $100,000 value. Again, that's for the residential side. And then not because of the district's position, but because of our state rules. Our commercial property taxpayers certainly do pay more. They're going to pay about $8.99 per month per $100,000 of assessed value. With that, I do think a few last items I would just talk about. We did have that 2018 bond. That really was an extension. That was not a new tax increase. When I looked back, I could see that the last time that we actually did increase taxes for the school district was in 1999, and those funds were used pretty much exclusively for the construction of the school up on Floyd Hill. So as I had mentioned, Carlson, King Murphy, and Georgetown Community School have really not seen a significant influx of investment in longer math than I think I could quickly do. So with that, I'd love to ask if you have any questions, and if you don't, I would love to know what I would need to do to receive your support or an endorsement for this. So far, we have received endorsement from all of the PTAs, Georgetown, King Murphy, and Carlson. We have received endorsement from the State Education Association as well as our local teachers union. And we have a good group of volunteer teachers who will be doing some canvassing and door knocking and all of those pieces. So I'm happy to talk to you about any of the campaign work we have going on as well. And again, thank you very much for letting me talk with you and share this with you a little bit. What questions do you have?
Thank you, Kelly, for the presentation and for coming. I'm happy to yield to Randy or Sean for their questions.
I'm not sure I really have any questions other than maybe I'm just curious a little bit about other alternatives for the 103 building, such as, I don't know, something that just seems really a costly path that we're talking about. And, you know, if I think about it in terms of the dollars per student who it's going to serve, it's a big number.
Sure. So a couple of things that I would mention. It does seem like a big number, and I definitely can appreciate that perspective. We looked at the cost of construction of new elementary schools kind of ground up, and on average, those are higher price tag than what we're looking at here to build from scratch. We do believe, you know, as we've had this building on and off the market for the last 20 years, that it's not able to sell without maybe a full demo and selling just the land as it is. And that puts us in a position as obviously the property owner of a potential of becoming upside down even further, as it looks like it's many millions of dollars just to do an asbestos abatement and scrape. So we do believe this is its best and highest use. And while it is a high price tag, it is definitely below average of the cost of a new elementary school.
What was the cost of the high school? I mean, I remember that whole process that happened quite a while ago, 15 years ago or something.
Yeah, it was in 1999, and I'm not sure what that bond request.
Are you talking about the high school
On Floyd Hill?
Mm-hmm.
On Floyd Hill? Yeah. Yeah, and I can't remember that either. I was involved with it, but I'm drawing a blank.
Yeah, I don't know, Sean. I can look into that for you, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's I guess my only comment. I mean, I guess another one is, I mean, it's maybe sort of a chicken and the egg type of a challenge we have with the declining enrollment. I imagine.
I'm happy that you asked a question about that, because
I mean,
I have an
your board
opinion.
must have thought about, hey, with this investment, we're going to attract more enrollment and achieve return financial system.
Yeah, you know, I do believe that if we look at our neighboring school districts, we look at, let's say, Gilpin, Jefferson County, Summit County, even Park County, they've all made some significant upgrades to their facilities within 1999 to present. And I do know that the quality of place for our educators matters. We've done what we can do on a financial and a pay perspective, and we have, over the last 2 years, raised teacher pay to be much more commensurate with the rest of kind of surrounding areas. But we have not made any investment into facilities. So I do believe that that has a direct correlation to teacher retention and student enrollment. A lot of times, if you're looking at any type of a new thing, so if you're a new parent and you're looking at A Jeffco preschool and kindergarten or a King Murphy preschool and kindergarten, they look very different. And we do know that that's not necessarily reflective of the quality of care or the quality of education, but if you haven't spent a lot of time digging into what that looks like and you're only looking at the screw that falls out of the door as you take your sweet little angel baby into preschool and there's chipped floors and paint, you start to wonder, especially if the tour that you went on right before that was all the bright, new, shiny things. So we do believe that putting investment into facilities will help on both fronts, enrollment and teacher retention.
I think, and I think I'll make what sounds like a counter argument to that, but it's not, which is that, you know, at the time the enrollment began to fall was around the time that we built a new school. So you could say, well, we built a new school and it didn't work. But at the same time, that enrollment had begun to fall for a few years before that for other reasons. And at the time, I remember we were thinking that must be a blip on the radar, and we were wrong. And so I think there are a lot of reasons, but I do think two things. The first is that the deferred maintenance of which you speak in all of those buildings is real. It needs to be done. And it does send that message. And it's, I'll draw the analogy that's kind of like our health clinic in town. One of the main things I thought about building that health clinic when we didn't have any health services on this end of the county other than our public health, and not to denigrate that at all, but it was pretty sad that we had to rely on that entirely, is that we sent a message with that clinic that we care about ourselves. And when we fund the facility, the physical plant within which the education happens, we send the message that we care about our kids and we care about their education. It's that visual first. It's like you said, if the screws are falling out of the door and the flooring's peeling up, people may wonder how high a priority we put on our kids' education. And I think to make that commitment, and for people from all ends of the county to make that commitment to all ends of the county holistically, to say that we're in this together and we're going to make sure all those facilities are up and our kids are going to school in a first-class institution, is a first-class physical plant, or as well as we can afford it, is important.
I completely agree. And I think we've seen really wonderful results from our education model and the shifts that we're making there. And if you were not aware, Clear Creek School District is a winner of the Succeeds Prize, which is a big, huge deal. Really talking about our career connected learning and our ability to really think differently around the way that we educate our kids. And so I think we've done what we can do kind of on that academic side to really, really build this really, really transformative and award-winning education delivery model. We have not spent enough time looking at our facilities. And Randy, I very much agree that if you are a young person and a learner and you're looking at the facilities that we have, and then you're traveling for sports or extracurricular activities to some of these other schools, you start to wonder, why don't I have a toilet that flushes? Why don't I have warm water to wash my hands or a hot lunch program? So I do think that it is it does have a sort of a psychological impact. And I think as far as enrollment goes, I definitely appreciate the fact that we have fewer kids in school, but in my view, they all deserve high quality space, whether they're 600 or 6,000. And that's just my personal opinion. That enrollment is important, no question. And I hope everybody went to school on the first. But every student deserves a good classroom experience.
Kelly, can you help me remember? I know a year or so ago, the school district received, I don't know, I guess maybe a surprise. It was a surprise to me. Estimate of what we would need to do to the existing Carlson Elementary to keep its ability to be certified as a school, and what that can you just remind me what those upgrades would look like, what they cost, and how that compares to moving to the
yeah, so we did get a state assessment done on the building, and I want to be careful how I say it, because if the bond is not successful, our kids still have to go there. So I'm really trying to be real thoughtful around talking about how crummy it is, because we may still need to send all of our kids. But what we saw was that there's millions and millions of dollars in deferred maintenance and equipment repairs, et cetera, that need to happen at Carlson. Our facilities and maintenance staff does an unbelievable job of keeping the facility looking spiffy. But once you start to like scrape things back, you realize that it's, you know, I guess when they say nothing a coat of paint can't fix, it's not exactly right. So I think the last numbers that I saw were close to, and I don't have this in front of me, but I will confirm this. I think they're close to about $12 million to do the upgrades and repairs that Carlson would need to get to a higher grade level under those facility assessments. I think it's a low scoring one right now in the red, and that type of investment, kind of that 12 million would put it up, but I'll get that specific figure for you, George.
Okay, thanks. And how does that compare? Because I don't need specific exact numbers. How does that compare to the cost of the renovation of the old?
Great question. We really looked and saw that it was a less than $4 million difference. And then when we realized that the biggest feedback that we hear from families and educators at Carlson is that they're not loving the location, it seemed like it kind of made some sense that way to move it, since no matter how much money we put in there, we can't change everything about the neighborhood.
Yeah, that makes sense. And that's, I mean, as I've thought my own way through this, I mean, there's a couple of decisions, just speaking as a voter. One of them is clearly, am I happy with the direction the district is taking about what we're doing about the facility in Idaho Springs? And I think my answer is yes. I went to school in that facility. I know you went to school in that facility, the old high school, or now we call it the old middle school. We went to high school there. And it was just in the last year or so that your excellent superintendent put fresh eyes on that facility and said, do you know how, she asked me this, do you know how popular expeditionary education is? Do you know how exciting education models are around getting kids outside to learn? And you can learn the natural sciences outside, you can learn physics outside, you can learn math outside. And it's very popular and very effective. And so the opportunity to take a fresh look at this building, I feel like our community almost kind of got lucky that building is still there, because we have a real opportunity to put an elementary school in Idaho Springs that offers something that almost can't be offered in a lot of other districts. And so I'm really excited about that. And I think that when you're talking about spending, I mean, $4 million is a lot of money, but when you're talking about already spending 12, and you have an opportunity to get out of an intersection that is not the intersection it was in the 90s when we were going to school, Kelly. It's a very dangerous intersection over there. To a facility that is by itself, that's safe and secure, that is right next to the outdoors where we can be an outdoor learning session. I just think that it's an incredible idea. I think it's a direction that I think we should be going in as one voter. And the idea in general that we should invest in our facilities so that we can express to the community the kind of pride that we have in ourselves, as well as deliver to ourselves the expectations that we have for adequate facilities. I think it's worth the investment. I think it'll be the first investment of our lives in this system. And I'm ready to make it. We're talking about $300 a year for the average home. And that's a financial decision. It's a financial decision I'd be happy to participate in, so that we can hopefully rebuild our school district's numbers, help our kids that are coming through these facilities have pride in themselves and the community, and build on an education model that has a lot of promise.
Thank you. I could not agree more with everything that you said. And as I travel the state and look at other districts, either through work or board service, I was at the Netherland Elementary School last weekend for a soccer tournament, and it was very similar to what this might look like. And those kids were very proud of where they were. They were excited to show the visitor teams where they go to school. And it felt like what this could be, like very much nestled into the mountains with the very easy experiential opportunities. There's parking, there's the ability for us to drop our kids off. My kids go to Carlson right now, and we slow down and kind of push them out and hope that they have mastered the tuck and roll before the person behind us is honking and waving, since they're trying to get on the bus. So, and not the school bus, by the way, the Greyhound bus. So I do think, I think that there's a safety component around this as well. But I do believe that as we shift towards experiential learning, my kids are up at the old track site every day this week to learn about building pyramids and teepees and how do they do that. And so I'm watching this experiential learning happening, and it's happening there at that facility, and it's really exciting to me. And I do believe that we talk at the district level about wanting to be the premier choice for mountain families. And I believe that when our facilities match with our delivery of education, we become that very easily. What other questions do you guys have, or do you need anything else from me to decide? I'm not sure what your process is now.
None for me.
Thank you.
Just support
Thank you.
for the reasons I stated earlier, and for many others that have been articulated here.
Thanks.
Yeah, I don't have any disagreement with anything that's been said. And I really appreciate the board's level of due diligence and homework to put this out for the voters. And historically, I'm all for letting the voters decide, right? I never like the idea of stopping a process before the voters get to speak on it. My concern is that there's a lot of tax needs that are still out there. The fire district is one that we were discussing before Kelly, you joined. There's the tax question about road and bridge. Mm-hmm. At some point, I guess I'm a little concerned that we may not be able to, I don't know what our community can actually support in terms of all the different needs that are out there. And it's a big ask.
Yeah, I appreciate that perspective. And and I think we all can agree there's never a great time to ask for more taxes, but the needs are always going to be there, whether we ask or if we don't. And, my own philosophy, and I only can speak for myself, not the board, but I would really love for our community to find ourselves in a position where we're able to talk about and instead of or. We deserve to be protected from wildfire, and we deserve good roads, and we deserve good educational facilities. And I wish that we could be at a place where and was our default instead of or.
Yeah, and I don't look at it as and versus or. I look at it as just what's going to be feasible. I don't know if you guys have any numbers or have done any polling to see like what you think might happen. And I guess my follow-on question to that is, what is your plan B? What happens if this doesn't carry the day in the election?
So we haven't done any polling on it from an official perspective. And I think, plan B is, first is to continue to deliver really exceptional education. So that's always plan A. So we will continue to do that no matter what. If the voters decide that this is not the right package for them, I think we'll need to decide what is, because we do know that failure to do something here is not a good decision, and it's not a good plan. So we would need to really, I think, go back and decide which of these critical items are maybe less critical, and really recalibrate and come back to the voters with another ask. Because as I mentioned, the needs are not going away, and the prices are not getting cheaper.
Looks like we're going to have to buy food and heat the house. We're going to have to try to do everything.
Look what you did. You bought food and heated the house. again, I really do appreciate the opportunity to talk with you, to answer your questions. You know, I think I appreciate the position that you are all in with the questions that you have on your ballot as well.
Yeah, and thank you for your time. I don't know that this board, I've not seen this board take a position on a local ballot issue. I don't know if that's what's on the table for us here. I'm sure, Kelly, that a support position would be welcomed by the school district.
It would.
And Peter popped on his camera probably to tell us that we're not here, we're not posted to take action.
That is correct.
Excellent work, George. Recognizing that.
So it looks like if we wanted to take an official position as a board, that would happen in a future meeting. So board, would we like to take that up in a future meeting, or would we like to do as we have very often in the past? Well, I don't know if we've had a ton of opportunities, but would we like to do as we've had in the past and not take a position?
I think I'd like to maybe have a private conversation with Peter, just in terms of precedents and history, and just yeah, get a little bit more informed about that.
Okay. So we can pick that back up later. If we, I mean, we have commissioner updates. One of the uses of that time is to say, hey, I want us to talk about this, or send emails or whatever else.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, Kelly, I greatly appreciate your time here. I think that the school district, like all of our public agencies, organizations, have real challenges. The thing about the school district that I think is what I've seen in your superintendent, in your board, in your staff, I've seen an ability to solve problems at a greater rate than the problems you face. I think the future is bright for our school district, whether this passes or not. And just want to express my gratitude for your service.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Man, well, back at you guys. You know, it's no easy job right now for you. I really appreciate this time, and our school district is really exceptional. And so as an alumni, I feel great pride. As a board member, I feel great pride. And I hope that you do as a community member as well. This is something, this is an organization that we all should be very proud to have in our community. And I'll tell you just in final remark that we have no shortage of people who are looking to partner with us. And that feels really, really great. You know, these are organizations well respected throughout the state that are knocking on our door for an ability to partner with us, with our leadership and with our kids and community. And that feels really great. So I agree, George, the future is definitely bright. We've got a great leadership team and a community full of partners and champions.
I like something George just said a second ago, which was you're solving problems at a faster rate than they are presenting themselves, which means that and I think we could say that about a whole lot of things in the community, whether it's from healthcare to a lot of other things we've worked on and dealt with in the last couple of years. And it kind of speaks a little bit to the ambition. There's no doubt that it's ambitious to have these multiple tax measures to solve multiple problems, and how we articulate them and how we try to use those funds, should we get them in a responsible way, is important, because every one of those things that we're trying to solve are, in some cases, some things that have festered or, you know, happened over time, deferred maintenance, a number of different things. And it's our job to dig in and reverse that course to the best of our ability, by showing fiscal responsibility with the funds that we do have, and by articulating well our need for the additional funds that it takes to pay the bills and make a better community happen in the infrastructure that we provide. It is ambitious, and it's but sometimes it's fun pushing boulders up hills.
And it's important, as a matter of honesty, to propose solutions that match the scale of our challenges. And I want to thank the school district for that.
Thank you. I'll pass that on to the team. Thanks. And if you
Well,
guys have any questions between now or your meeting later, or even after that, I think you all know how to get a hold of me or other representatives at the district, and we're very, very happy to answer any questions that may come at any time. So again, I just really appreciate you giving me time on your agenda to talk about something that's so important and that I am so passionate about. So I appreciate it. I probably took more time than I should have, but I very much welcome the opportunity, and thank you for your thoughtful questions and engagement.
You actually finished 3 minutes early.
Oh, yes. Thanks, Sean.
okay. Well, let's see if we can capture that 3 minutes for a little bio break. And we can reconvene at 9:50 for consideration of approval of notice of final settlement with Alliance Constructions LLC for the Collaborative Care Center project. Okay, we'll get started in just a moment. Okay, are we all here? Just a quick mic check with Sean.
There he is.
Okay, here we are. Thank you.
And Sean,
so-
before we jump in, can I say something real quick? I would like to thank Sean and George for letting me know I was clicking my pen. And so I put the pens off to the side, and I'm going to try really hard to keep my hands. I'm going to go buy a box of Bic pens without clickers, and just be glad I don't have my keys down here so I can shake them. That's.
Thank you for that. Yeah, okay, so it is 9:50. Time for us to consider approval of a notice of final settlement with Alliance Construction Solutions for the Collaborative Care Center project. Peter, are you the presenter on this? Oh, Beth, you are.
And Peter, jump in if I miss any steps. I haven't done one of these in a while. So the 231,980.45 is the retainage amount held by us for Alliance Construction on completion of the health clinic. We did do 2 different punch list walkthroughs and got all of our issues resolved. One thing that is still, working on under separate permit, under separate contract, everything is the generator. You guys know we're going to put a generator in there. We tried to reuse the one from the resource center, that didn't work. So we have acquired a new generator that'll be coming, and we did sign a separate contract and everything with Alliance to work on that project. But otherwise, for this particular project for the health clinic, this is the remaining retainage. And we did the walkthrough with not only the architect, but also our property management, Pasula Development Corp. So I think we're good, and I have not received any claims against the contractor by mail or email or anything. And
Have we had an owner walkthrough and a punch list walkthrough by our owner's representative or someone on our behalf to walk the entire building and look at it? Have we gone through that and had a sign off and a positive inspection report?
yeah, but the Basula, Jim Basula walked through with us. Hold on, he's calling me right now. Let me just see what
He heard that question.
I know, he's probably wondering where I am. Hold on. Let me just see. Hi.
Just a heads up,
I'm on
Beth,
the
you're not
Zoom
muted.
meeting with the commissioners right now. That's okay. We are.
Feels like this could either be random or very timely.
Okay, he's good. he was actually calling about something else. Sorry about that. So yes, he said they are all good and ready for the grand opening. So I didn't know if you guys had any other questions. I could try and answer them for you.
Just that, and that a punch list was created and that a punch list was completed
We
and
did
signed off, and all the boxes checked on the punch list of any defects or items by the contractor, and just so that was done. That's all. That's the main thing.
Yes, sir. We did 2 interior and exterior, and did 2 separate walkthroughs, everything, and
Okay.
got everything checked off. So yeah.
Good.
Curious on where we sit with, this is not really related, the branding, logo, signs, that kind of thing.
I know the branding and logo idea has been talked about. I've been in a couple meetings where it's come up. I don't know if Brian wants to add more to that. The signage is in process. We have the tenant directories are probably coming first. And then we have a donor wall, and then we have the exterior signage, which also includes lighting. So we are talking with our contractor right now and looking at some designs. So while I don't think they'll be up by next Monday, they are in progress.
That's all I have. Thanks.
Okay. I don't think I have any questions about this. Seems fairly standard. Looks like the architects also did a walkthrough. I think I'm ready to vote yes on this.
Sure, I'll make a motion. Oops, yeah. I'd like to make a motion. And this is the approval of notice of final settlement. Is that correct, Peter? Or is this approval of the final payment?
It basically serves as the same thing. It's just,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, I just was looking at the wording of the agenda item itself.
Right.
So I would like to make a motion that we approve both the notice of final settlement and the payment of that final settlement itself with Alliance Construction Solutions, LLC for the Collaborative Care Center project.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It feels good to take these have words like final show up on a project like this. Congrats to everyone. We might as well take up the consent agenda. It is a minute early. We have 2 items. Is there a request for discussion of either item?
We don't need to take it off the list, but I would love to get a super quick update maybe from you, Beth, in terms of our IT function. I know that it's gone through some transitions lately and there's some long-term planning that needs to take place, but if we have a minute for a quick update, I would appreciate that.
Okay, do you want to do that part now, or you want to do consent first? And
Up to you.
yeah, I can tell you a little bit. Right now, as you know, we have 2 internal IT employees, and we are under contract with Patrick O'Fallon. I just crossed him over on the screen with his company, the Axiom Group. And we've been working together for probably about 3 months right now. We did sign a short-term contract with Patrick's group to sort of help us out with some asset replacement schedule, policy development. We got the recycling project done. Got that established for the county, which is great. I'm trying to think, doing a lot of capital planning and budget planning for coming years. And our 2 employees are doing great. And I think they get along really well with Patrick and his team. They all seem to work really collaboratively. And right now, like today is one of the items on the consent agenda that came up that, you know, requires us to renew for, I think it's 5 years, right, Patrick? And Patrick can share a little bit about that asset that we need very much for the organization to keep moving. I don't know, Patrick, if you want to jump in for a second.
Yeah, a lot to unpack there. So state of Clear Creek County IT is something I'm happy to give you guys a quick report since working with Beth over the last couple of months in the team. I've got some lot of list of accomplishments to list to this too. But one of the things that Beth and I have been working personally together with has been budget planning, hardware life cycle and device life cycles. Stuff that when we started, we didn't really have, like, for example, how many computers do we have out there? How many laptops? We didn't really have a great plan for that. But now with some of these tools we put in, we've been starting to build as we onboard some of these computers onto the tool, we have ability to do life cycle planning and trying to get ahead of budgets versus behind budgets. So one of the things that we were on the server side of things, so we have asset planning that we started doing on the workstations and laptops. But on the server side of things, the servers, the things that kind of manage all the information and the assets in the organization, there's a component of it, and this is going to get pretty technical, so I'm definitely happy to answer your questions, but it's called a storage network. Think of it like a bunch of hard drives that store all of our information for the core pieces of the environment. That one of the lessons we've learned is that is the one that's in use at the county is end of life currently in October. So that was an unexpected thing. And so a renewal quote was generated for a new device. And that's what's in front of everyone today. And so one of the reasons we're thinking about 5-year life cycles currently with this type of gear is we're in this world of planned obsolescence from all these vendors. And we're trying to start terming renewals. I'm trying to start providing some budget visibility to Beth and the team with not just having renewals come at all these different times, but trying to start term these things so we can start expecting them. So not only with this as a 5-year, it'll kind of term some of the software components with that same term. So I'll digress a bit, but what's on the agenda today is a big hard drive array that's redundant and stores things for the environment. And I drew up a little narrative for everyone to take a look at, and happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, I guess I just have, and I guess I de facto pulled this off the agenda without meaning to, but I think it is worth talking about, because I think the area that I'm maybe a little bit uncomfortable is when I look at this, essentially what we're doing is making a in-housing versus outsourcing decision. And I'd be curious to know, like, it seems like a lot of private industry is choosing AWS or the Google Cloud or, Oracle's cloud or whoever's cloud, and essentially not biting off the capital cost or the maintenance or the planned obsolescence, and essentially paying a monthly subscription. And I'm sure we had that conversation, but it's like we're outliers that we're deciding to spend a lot of capital, where I see a lot of other smart organizations deciding to outsource. Yeah.
This is a really awesome conversation, and it's worth having in a sidebar with anyone interested. So like Amazon and AWS, and we're basically, Beth and I have talked about this, it's the transition, and you said the magic word there is transitioning from capital expense to operating expense. And so we've actually sort of adjusted some of our line items in our financial situation to cloud software as a service, as an example, right? So leveraging a lot of software as a service components, compute resources in the cloud, like for example, software as a service being, using most of all the software today is licensed in a cloud model, Adobe, Microsoft. And so one of the victories we're working towards is actually moving towards a hybrid cloud, right? A couple different types of clouds. There's public cloud, like you discussed, which is running your entire organization on AWS or Amazon or Google Cloud. And then there's hybrid cloud, where you're running some cloud services and cloud resources on the cloud and some on-prem, on-premise being on-prem. And then and then there's just pure on-prem environments. So most people have moved away from pure on-prem, which we and mostly in our incarnation are fully on-prem today. We have 2 cloud projects for particular applications. So we're not in a jump to cloud situation. We're in a kind of divvy to specific services situation. So Springbrook Cloud for our accounting system and Office 365 are on some of the planning and implementation IT projects. So we are kind of entering into that just in the last few months of working with Beth. We're working into the hybrid cloud environment with core services. So leveraging Springbrook's cloud for their application, and then we're leveraging Microsoft for our communications to be able to have it on their cloud. So we're using those clouds. So the question is, do we still need on-prem resources for other aspects? The answer that's where we can decide our future strategy long term. So basically we have other applications, files, GIS data. There's a lot of other things that, for example, ArcGIS has a cloud that you can use, but a lot of people experts in the space still use the on-premise version for certain reasons. So there's a lot of divisional planning that would need to go to moving a lot of that stuff to the cloud. And then one of the big things I'd talk about from the simplistic side of things is I've worked with some consortiums, even in the city, who've gone full AWS or Azure. And it's great. And I've helped build them for them. But one of the key aspects of what we do is for every organization is continuity of operations. So a lot of private industry will, when you want continuity of operations, who's backing up your cloud? Do you have a secondary cloud? Is that secondary cloud geolocation? The same questions we have with our on-prem environment, we will need to weigh with our cloud strategy. So who's backing up AWS? So one of the consortiums I was in had an AWS environment that works really great, and they had a geographically spaced out place for their other cloud, and they were getting pretty massive bandwidth costs and storage costs that were just for contingency, right? So they voted down to have a continuity of operations on their consortium, which is it's a decision they can make, but it is one of those things that you do see OpEx costs coming out when you start wanting. So it's similar to what happened with Facebook, right? Having geographically disparate backups in the cloud, because these clouds can be fragile, just like on-prem environments if they're not architected correctly. So I'll digress there for just a bit.
Yeah, no, that'll make sense to me. And I know historically we had pretty subpar internet connection at Georgetown, and my understanding is that's either fixed or it's about to be fixed when we plug into the Thor ring. And again, when I see things like we're going to reboot the email servers, I wonder to myself why we're not using Google hosted email, or a variety of other solutions out there that don't, or I'll send a large file and it'll be like, hey, you can't send this. This is over 10 gigabytes or whatever the limit is. I'm like,
yep.
Come on, man, we're in 2021.
Yeah, you were saying something that we've had IT meetings about. So it's pretty awesome that we're kind of in sync in that phase. So we have just in the last little bit, we've actually on our on-prem environment, just a little visibility. We're on an on-premise server, and we have actually when we came in, we brought some security tools in to do some of our best practices that we do for all of our customers. And it was detecting some out-of-date patching on that system and vulnerabilities that were being actively looked at by foreign adversaries. And so there actually have been some fighting of bad guys and patching that's happened in the last 2 weeks, which is where those where those mail server reboots happened. But that's something we're looking at moving away from into where cloud communications and cloud unified communications is on our implementation plan.
Yeah, and maybe I'll just ask Brian, this has kind of gotten longer than I thought it would. Maybe I'll ask Brian one question, which is, if we approve this, to what degree are we committing to a on-prem versus having flexibility to really think deeply about where we want to be in 5 years?
Yeah, thank you for the question, because this has been it's actually one of my items on my list. I've been briefing you all individually on with respect to what you're going to see in the budget upcoming. With respect to the IT budget itself, I think we're still in an analysis phase to determine which direction we want to head. So I think you'll see some money in the budget to continue our contract with Patrick and his team while we continue to analyze what approach do we want to take at this point. So I don't think this is committing us to the long term, but I guess it's part of the due diligence we need to do with respect to how we're staffing IT moving forward.
And if I can answer a little that question too, Sean, I think that we are in a path to. So a lot of times when I'm in a compliancy conversation, I'll be in a path to compliancy. So if someone's going to do an audit and they're going to say, hey, do you have this compliancy? And if you don't have it, we're in the path to compliancy. Jumping to cloud services, it's sort of in that, and what we're looking at right now is we're in a situation that this piece of device is no longer supported by the vendor. We're putting it up for a 5-year situation, and I'm thinking that is going to give us a runway, build us a runway for at being able to step into certain cloud services. And just in the last few months, we're already looking at 2. So, and one of them is communication. So it's buying us some time that, just starting with Beth, I know we weren't expecting that someone would just say, hey, this device is end of life. So it's sort of being able to give us a runway.
All right, maybe one last question for Brian. I mean, we don't have an IT director at the moment, and I appreciate Patrick's perspective as a subject matter expert, but are we confident that this is the right path? Because something that concerns me a little bit is maybe if we haven't kind of figured out our costs of ownership and what the long-term impacts and where we want to be, that I wouldn't say this would be a waste of $165,000, but I don't know if in 3 or 4 years we would think this was a good decision or not. And if we've really done, whether you think this is the right time to vote on this, or whether we might need to do a little bit more research. Because if you think it's the right time to vote for it and you guys have done all the due diligence, then I'm fine approving it. But it seems like I'm feeling some uncertainty or questions on our side.
Well, again, I think this is part of our, we have to make it a longer term decision with respect to how we want to staff IT moving forward. And I don't think this is going to bind us in any way with respect to any future decisions that we need to make for how we manage our IT. So I do think this is I do think you can feel comfortable in making this decision today. Okay,
I'm good with it then. Sorry that took so long.
I'll just add really quick, since the topic is open. The topic itself of whether we want to provide IT services in-house or whether we want to outsource, et cetera, is certainly a conversation we need to have. I kind of share Sean's, well, I'll say for me, it's just kind of a gut sense that this is a little bit of this is a direction in one way or the other a little bit. And if we're at end of life and we have to do it, then let's do it. But I really would welcome the opportunity to have, a robust conversation about the future of IT and whether we want to provide services in-house, and hope that we can get to it before we have too many more of these kinds of small decisions to make. I see everybody nodding, and sometimes you're just in the situation you're in. So we got to replace the computers. So let's replace the computers.
When I'm thinking about on-site versus outsourcing, I'm almost completely thinking about capital, right? I'm not thinking, I think our staff is our staff and we're going to need them to support all the employees. So I don't look at this at all as a job elimination or efficiency thing from a human perspective.
And thanks you. I thought that's what you were thinking, Sean, and thanks for clarifying that, because that whole insourcing outsourcing thing has other implications in the county too, and so it's a big discussion around everything we do, really. And so I like hearing that answer. Thanks for that offering. That's part of the conversation going forward, and I like to make sure we take care of our people too. And anyway, another decision for another day. We're running way late, so.
Thank you so much, Patrick, for all that background. And if you're ready, George, can make a motion to pass the consent agenda.
Yeah, let me go ahead and read it really quick here. We have item number 1, consideration of approval of the warrant register. Item number 2, consideration of approval of information technology expenditure payment for Tin Tree platform for virtual desktop supported software.
I move we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion passes. The next thing we have is consideration of approval of resolution number 21-59 to revise county short-term rental regulations. I'll note from staff that this meeting is not ready, so we intend to open it and immediately continue it to October 19th, 2021 at 1 p.m. Do either of you care to make a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Next on the agenda is Public Works biannual update with Carl Schell.
Passing him over now.
Well, while he's coming over, could I just ask one question? How often do we have these biannual updates?
Every 8 weeks.
What? Would that be, is it every 2 years or is it twice a year?
You have to Google it. I swear to God, it's both.
Well, I know that if we do it twice a year, we also do it every 2 years because that kind of comes with the territory. But I think a semi-annual update is something you do twice a year. And a biannual is something you do every 2 years.
Biennial?
Googled it.
This biannual is twice a year.
I Googled it. And these updates started out as every 2 months. But then we went back to meeting only twice a month. So they got pushed out to more like biannual. So now we're just, catching up.
A semi-centennial is every 50 years and a bicentennial is every 200 years. I just knew that. That's why.
Hey.
All right. Well, good morning, everybody. And for those in the audience that don't know me, I'm Carl Schell. I'm the Public Works Director, in charge of Road and Bridge, the transfer station. I've got Julie Wisnan with us today, our admin assistant, and also Stoy Streepy, who's the county engineer with Road and Bridge or Public Works as well. And Randy, to start that off, we questioned the biannual portion of that too. We actually met with you in June for our previous update, so we thought quarterly might be a better term, but regardless, it's been a interesting summer. We are still catching up with some of the July rain erosion work that was posed just because of the storms we had in that portion of the summer. And we're also fighting through staffing shortages for different reasons. We are short staffed to begin with, but we also have had some people out on medical leave, and the staff that's here has put in a lot of time and effort into the work that we did accomplish over the summer, but definitely stressed with just the amount of people that we do have on staff. We did put together a quick PowerPoint. I know we're running short on time, so we can blow through some of that. Some of it's a little redundant with June, just about our responsibilities and what the Road and Bridge crew consists of. We've been working with Brian and Patsy as far as the budget goes for next year. That should be presented to you guys here in the next couple weeks. So we're looking forward to accomplishing or at least finalizing that going into 2022's year. We're also in a time of the year where we're already starting to transition to snow removal. We actually had snow on the ground on Friday that we got called out for on Guanella Pass. We've got some new equipment coming in, which we're excited about, but also just rearranging schedules and routing for these guys so we can cover everything with the staffing that we have right now. And then certainly still hoping to bring on some people going into the winter season. Yeah, Stoy, you can go through probably even to the next one. Following one after that as well. All right, there's a typical, just some of the stuff going on this summer. We've put about at this point, almost $100,000 worth of road base down on roads. We did get some dust control done in June prior to some of the rains. But a lot of the work spent this summer from the rains were the Floyd Hill area, the Pine Valley area, Brook Forest, and then Guanella Pass. And as you guys know, we had just a lot of issues with erosion. We had the boulder wall up on the pass that collapsed due to saturation. So we just had a lot of cleanup and stuff like that to go on throughout the summer months. But they certainly have caught up on a lot of that, and hopefully we'll get the drainage here functioning as well as it can as we go into the snow removal season. All right.
Carl, what's the Farmer's Almanac say about our snow season this summer?
This year, You know, to be honest with you, Sean, I am not sure what this year looks like.
I think it's going to be a big snow year.
There have, well, I mean, I think every year there's different theories about that, but we are likely due for one here before too long. It's been an interesting stretch the last 5 to 10 years, I think. We've certainly seen some weather, but not anything monstrous. So we'll have to see what this season brings. Those numbers there, I think we showed you last time. We don't have this year's numbers going into winter, but that's what a typical year looks like. And you can see what the snow removal cost as far as eating up the road and bridge budget. It's over 70% pretty much is related to snow removal. All right. Fleet management. We've got some equipment that was approved last year. It is just now coming off the assembly line. Our water truck was complete last week. We're working out the lease agreements with the payments for that for the 22 budget. But we should be able to pick that truck up this following week. However, being a water truck, it'll probably sit through the winter until we get out for next spring. We do have 2 plow trucks ready to go as well. Transwest, or the Freightliner Front Range dealership, put those together for us. And the truck that is complete was showcased at the Snow and Ice Conference in Loveland just last week as one of the new unveiled winter warriors as far as snow removal goes. So we haven't seen that truck yet, but it has been seen in the industry. It should be delivered here this coming week. And then we've got another one ready to go. However, with microchip shortages across the industry, there's trucks sitting in line waiting for parts right now. And that's kind of where we're at with that second one. So we will get that one into the fleet as soon as the missing parts are delivered for that one. We've also run into that with the situation with the crew at the transfer station. Their truck has been down for almost 8 weeks now, and it's just parts availability for vehicles throughout the trucking industry. It's been a very interesting year with material shortages, parts shortages, also added to just struggles of being able to get things accomplished. We did auction off some vehicles. Most of those were just pickup trucks this year, so the numbers were closer to about 40,000 there, with one that we auctioned off for Trails team as well. But used vehicles are actually a hot item at this point in time as well. Stoy, you can go ahead and move to the next one. We'll go into some of our projects and engineering, and I can turn the floor over to Stoy to discuss some of what's going on. We talked about contracts and things the last time we met, and I know we've been in some board meetings, asking for your approval on stuff, and we do still have some late summer projects that we're working on at this point in time. But I will let Stoy take the floor and fill you in on some of that.
Thank you, Carl. And yeah, I just wanted to touch on some of these. A lot of these we have, presented to the board in the past, and don't have a whole lot new since our last update in June. But we are moving forward with a lot of these projects and making progress on them, and started others. We are, we have our typical kind of annual maintenance programs for asphalt crack sealing and pavement striping and guardrail work, which we typically see in most every year. We have seen some challenges with a lot of that. We are under contract with A1 Chip Seal at this time for the pavement crack sealing. So they're going through the road system for the roads that we prioritize for them, and we'll be doing filling the cracks in the pavement surface to help preserve our existing pavement surfaces. So they'll be doing that here in the fall for the next several weeks, filling cracks. So you may see those guys around. Pavement markings, we did put out to bid several weeks ago, and got some varied responses. One of the the typical providers, contractors that provides pavement striping here in Clear Creek County for us, did get back to us. He said that he was really struggling to obtain paint this year and was really putting behind on several other projects. He was still waiting for paint shipments to come in on that to satisfy those existing contracts. And so at this time, he wasn't really comfortable submitting a bid because he didn't feel like he was going to be able to get the paint to fulfill the contract in a timely manner anyway. We did get a bid from another vendor there, but the pricing, just the unit pricing per linear foot for pavement striping that we received was quite a big increase from what we've seen in the past. It was over 50% more than what we paid last year, and so we were really, you know, we have several roads that are certainly in need of having the pavement markings refreshed on them. But due to that pricing, we thought it best to go ahead and reject that bid and put that out to bid again in the spring, along with the rest of the pavement markings that we'll be doing, and in the hopes that you know, the supply chain will be caught up a little bit, and maybe the prices will come down a little bit. And the plan on that, and what we've been doing for the past several years, is alternating across the county, where we do have the road system one year, and then the following year we'll do the remainder, and alternate for between the years there through the system. And if we push that off to next year, as we're planning to do, then we'll just roll the entire road system into the pavement marking program for next year, and then have it all striped at that time. I did just want to touch on, you know, I know we did last year striped Highway 103, received some feedback on how that striping plan was implemented on that. We did make some minor changes to that. The biggest concerns were through a couple of the very sharp switchback type curves in there. We've had a look at that, you know, for the striping itself, as well as the signage and other factors associated with the road. Although the road signage there is properly marked, feel like it does have some room for improvement. So we're continuing to evaluate that, and we'll likely go through and look at a holistic sign plan for horizontal alignment warning signs and speeds. Don't expect any changes to the established speed limits that are there now, or really the horizontal warning signs that are existing there. Just making sure that they're visible and properly marked and appropriate for the given curves that they're warning about there. So we are looking at that. As far as the two tight switchback curves that were of the most concern when we striped that last, we have looked at some solutions for that. And since we do have the existing pavement width there, these are, you know, really tight curves that, you know, really fall outside typical design parameters. But we do have some options there and some guidance that we will use to actually widen the curves through those sections. It's a standard curve widening, and so it really will just be widening the curve in the middle of the curve up to a few feet, 2 to 3 feet for the lanes as they travel through the curve, and then it goes back to the more typical width as it enters the straight section outside of the curve there. So we'll look at that. That will better utilize the existing pavement there, and I think you know, allow for some more room for vehicles, especially longer vehicles, to navigate through those curves while staying within the marked lanes as well. So when we implement the pavement marking program next year, Highway 103 will be included in that, and we'll look at those couple curves and look at widening them to better utilize the existing pavement there, and make the curves striping there a little easier to navigate. And feel free to stop me at any time. I'll kind of go through some of these projects we're working on. I know we're a little tight on time. Please jump in if you've got any questions at any time. Otherwise, I'll kind of run through these. You know, the Floyd Hill Master Drainage Plan we've been working on. This is the second year we've been working on that, just kind of collecting some information. It was a good year for it. We, with the heavy rains we saw early in the summer, a lot of that was localized around the Floyd Hill area. We saw some of these large or you know, intense short duration rainfalls that created a lot of problems in the drainage system there. Nothing real new with any of that, but these the problems that are there existing and have been there tend to crop up when we have these higher intensity rainfall events, and we'll tend to rear their heads and cause some problems. So we certainly had a lot of cleanup work doing that stuff. It also gives us a chance to evaluate some of the stuff that we're looking at through this master drainage plan for the Floyd Hill area, and inform some of the information that they're giving us on that. Really, you know, one of the primary goals for that was to map out the hydrology throughout the area there, as well as creating some maintenance details and maintenance plans specific to the area to help us with just you know, annual maintenance on that area to help improve the existing condition there and work within the drainage system we have. And then we also are looking at a couple problem specific areas, and in certain areas we're still collecting some survey data on a couple areas and getting some specific recommendations on how to mitigate some areas where we've had water flowing over the road or under the road in some cases that's caused premature failure of the pavement surfaces, and a lot of sediment deposition in private properties and problems such as that. So we're addressing some specific areas through that study. Expect that to be finalized. For, you know, as with everybody, all the professionals now, surveyors are pretty busy. So just waiting to get that survey work completed so we can finalize the master drainage plan for Floyd Hill. But a lot of good information that we've already collected there, and should have that finalized soon. In the Pine Valley area around Old Squaw Pass Road, we've you know, identified several areas there where we're having a lot of erosion and sediment problems. We've gone through and done a preliminary drainage study for the small drainage basin that involves the areas of most concern there. Got some conceptual designs for some sediment basins that would need to be located on private property just due to the limited right of way that we have in the area. We have spoken with a couple of private property owners where that would be beneficial for us to obtain some easement area to implement some of these sediment basins. The conversations we've had with them have been great. They're certainly willing to work with us to help correct these problems. And so we'll continue to work with them to obtain the necessary easement area. And once we have that finalized, then we'll plan to move forward with actual design plans to create and construct some of these sediment basins there in the Pine Valley area. Soda Creek Road was the large project that the board had appropriated funds for the Road and Bridge Department this year. That we are under contract with Elite Surface Infrastructure to construct the pavement overlay there. They are on site now, replacing a couple of the culverts there. Some of the old corrugated metal culverts that we had in the area there were didn't have you know, the appropriate cover, and some of the conditions around them needed to be corrected, and we're starting to see some failure in them. So we're replacing them, and just due to some constraints, they're replacing them with some reinforced concrete culverts that will hold up a little better over time, and so they're replacing those culverts now this week, and hopefully you know, the weather holds for another couple weeks for us, and then we can get in there and get our pavement overlay put in place for that project. But that is ongoing. Traffic control will be in place this week and likely through the rest of October. So expect delays when traveling through that area. We do plan to have one lane open at all times, maybe some very short duration closures as they move equipment around or something like that. But traffic will continue to flow through there, but maybe a little bit delayed. Just to touch quickly on some work that's going around in St. Mary's area. The CGRS is a contractor there that's contracted with the district and is replacing and improving a lot of the infrastructure there for the water and wastewater systems in the St. Mary's Water and Sanitation District. They've wrapped up most of the infrastructure work for the pipes and everything. They still need to resurface some of the roads, but plan to get all that wrapped up here before the end of the month, and then they'll continue work on some private property as they continue to construct and improve some other facilities there for the pump houses and various things around the area. Work continues on the lower Beaver Brook Dam replacement. That dam was deconstructed earlier in the year. It's all been drained down, deconstructed. They have been putting it back together, and right now they're working on placing the main structure of the dam, which is system that's called roller compacted concrete. It's really a concrete structural dam that they'll put in and lifts and compact this concrete material with compaction equipment. I think their plan is to do, if everything goes well, 2 lifts a day and bring that up to the previous height. They are increasing the capacity of the reservoir there, but just rebuilding the dam, and it's in the same place there with a more structurally sound dam. So work continues on that. Traffic and activity has increased recently as they are starting to place this roller compacted concrete, seeing more material being supplied to the site and some increased activity. They've given us their methods for handling traffic and are trying to provide for as little disturbance throughout the neighborhood as they can. They're doing dust control measures and keep dust down as they have the construction equipment back and forth across the road there.
Stoy, just real quick, Stoy, we're sitting at 10:38 right now. The one we're in the middle of has a stop at 10:45. So if you could try to hit the highlights in 60 seconds, that'd be great.
Will do, and that's about all. I really had. There's several CDOT projects going on, but CDOT will be giving their quarterly update to you this afternoon. So I'll let them touch on those projects. And yeah, just a couple more slides here that I'll turn it back over to Carl and let him wrap us up here.
All right, thanks. We were still under contract for noxious weed management this summer with Summit County, basically an IGA with them. So they came in June and again in August and sprayed for noxious weeds in the county right away on all of the maintained roadways. And that was accomplished. We just got the paperwork to the state this week and have paid that invoice. Go ahead and move to the next one. Transfer station. Things are going well there. They are still short-staffed as well and had trouble with that truck, as I mentioned earlier. So they were using the older truck at this point in time, and we've also contracted with another company to move bins. But status quo there. We've got to work with them around this construction project on Soda Creek, but we should be able to manage that as well. And then they will probably be looking at another reevaluation of fee schedules going into 2022 that we can follow up with you guys on. I believe that's the end of the presentation there. Any other questions or things we can touch on today or in the near future, let us know.
Thanks. I have only one very brief question. When is your next hazardous waste day, just for everyone?
I believe the next one will not be scheduled till spring of next year.
Okay.
Good question. Thank you all for your time. Sorry that we started you late. Appreciate your work. The next thing on the agenda is discussion of 2022 county employee benefits. And we have a first reading of an ordinance at 10:45. I don't know if that means we have a hard stop at 10:45, but let's see what we can do in the next 5-7 minutes.
Good morning, commissioners. Hopefully I can kind of whiz through this. I'm Kate Vermillion from Human Resources for the public to see and know. Chris Staples is from Lockton, our benefit brokers. He's attached to this presentation as well, but I'll try and make it as brief as possible. Let me do can I do my share screen? Yes. Oh, where is the button that always tells you how to? Where are we? Goodness gracious, slideshow. There it is. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So anyway, this is just a quick discussion about the benefits that we A few changes that we've made for 2022, just so that you're aware. The changes are few. The health insurance has slight, vision insurance has a slight change, and then the life, AD&D, STD, and LTD insurances have some changes as well. The health insurance has a 2% increase overall. So because employees had not received a wage increase since 1/1/2020, we, the employer, will be absorbing the whole 2% increase, which thankfully it's only 2% anyway. The vision insurance, we are adding an enhancement package to our vision insurance. It increases the frames retail allowance from $130 to $150, and it will be covering prescription sunglasses as well. So this is an overall 8.76% increase, but you can see for like the employee only coverage, it only goes from $647 per month to $704 per month. So it's really not that much, generally speaking. The short-term, long-term life and AD&D insurance, we are changing providers is what we are doing. We're going from Lincoln Financial to New York Life because we were not exactly experiencing really good customer service with Lincoln Financial, and it had been beginning to show up severely in the past year or two. And New York Life is going to take over. The other piece of them taking over, which is kind of nice, is that they actually basically manage a case, a short-term disability or a long-term disability case from beginning to end. And so all we have to do is basically send them over the employees to tell the employee to contact New York Life, and they just kind of pick it up and run with it from there. And it's kind of nice. So that should help with HR's workload a little bit as well. There is a slight increase with the move over from there between one is staying stable, another one's decreasing, another one's increasing. Meaning it's, the life is more or the short term is more or whatever benefit, and then one is less. So overall, it's about a 9% increase between all four pieces. It will be about $6,000 for a year increase between all four pieces to the county, and that's about it. So thankfully, it's not a whole lot. Chris, do you want to add anything into this?
Yeah, sure. Can you all hear me?
We can.
Perfect. Okay. Yeah. So, well, first, thank you for allowing me to be part of this conversation. My first time being in front of the county. So, thank you all for allowing me to be part of this discussion. One of the part I would just like to add is that with the move to New York Life, we were able to get some additional concessions on the medical renewal with Cigna, because they have a partnership, if you will, in place that will allow us to bundle insurance products. So that was part of the decision as well to make the move to New York Life, was that we were able to get some additional concessions on the renewal with Cigna on the medical side to get down to that 2% increase.
And I think that's about it, unless you gentlemen have any questions.
I got a quick question. And hey, Chris, thanks for joining us today. The question might be for you, Chris. Something pretty unexpected happened in Washington State this year. The legislature mandated people to purchase long-term care insurance. And if they didn't opt into purchasing long-term care insurance, they were levied with an additional income tax for life, I believe. And it was a fairly short window. I think it ended on actually October 1st. Whereas if you didn't do it, like I said, you would get stuck with this tax. And one of a company that I'm familiar with essentially offered a group plan that was available to any of their employees. And it was a plan that the employee had to apply for and the employee actually paid for. So anyway, long setup for a short question. I don't know to what degree Colorado is going to entertain that sort of a mandate, but it kind of got me to thinking, even if we don't, long-term care is a benefit that is very appropriate for some people, and it's very confusing marketplace, and group plans tend to offer a pretty good value, probably a better value and easier underwriting than if you were to go through the individual market. So with all that said, do you see other companies, other agencies or governments incorporating a voluntary long-term care plan option for their employees?
Yes, so thank you for that question. We do see on occasion that employers will explore the possibility of setting up long-term care benefits for employees. As you mentioned, the market is a little bit different just because of the underwriting practices that apply to that specific market, and all of the different state regulations that come into play. But that said, I think we do on occasion look to introduce long-term care benefits for our clients. And that's something that we could explore for Clear Creek County. We would have to meet certain participation thresholds. Usually it's, we need about, 10% or 15% participation of the overall eligible population. So that's something that we could explore just, to get, measurement of the interest, from the group, and then decide if that's something we should press forward with, perhaps, whether that's a short-term or long-term goal.
Okay, yeah, you answered my question, and I guess I would think it's Kate's decision or maybe a board decision to decide whether we wanted to pursue that, but that answered my question.
Well, it would be a good idea. We could certainly send out a question to employees and get a survey and see if we have enough interest in that kind of an insurance plan to qualify for those, because that it would require us to have typically 20 to 25 participants.
Mm-hmm. I guess maybe what I would recommend is if we're going to send out a survey, to add enough background in the survey so people had an understanding of what the opportunity was, like at least some sort of a range of premiums and benefits, so they could, like I said, make an informed decision.
Yeah.
Just a couple comments from me on this. I think we would have to change Tabor in order for Colorado to do what the other state did. Did you say Oregon? So I don't know that is a real profound risk for us. And if staff thinks it's at the top of their priority list to pursue this through your own prerogative, great. If, as I suspect, there are trade-offs with other projects and needs, I would want to understand kind of what those trade-offs are before I was ready to issue direction to pursue that. New topic. With regards to what you presented today, I think I'd like to understand how that would put us in comparison to other counties around and other similar employers in terms of the health benefits we're offering from a competitiveness perspective. And at some point, it'd be nice to be able to kind of look at the full picture, because we've talked about increasing employer contribution to retirement. We haven't given a direct raise in a couple of years. I think so. We have now 3 things that are on the table that I guess I'd like to kind of see the full picture of to be able to make a decision on. I don't think you're asking us to make a decision now. So,
yeah.
And that's all for me. Randy, do you have anything?
No, I don't think so. Especially in the interest of time, but thank you very much, Kate and Chris.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for yours. Sorry for the time squeeze. Much appreciate the heads up on this. Next on the agenda is a first reading of ordinance number 15, an ordinance requiring use of engine brake mufflers within the county and providing for enforcement procedures with Peter. If you could start by just helping describing for everybody the process of passing an ordinance, and then we can get into what the ordinance says.
Sure, absolutely. So what happens is we read the ordinance title in full today. We have a discussion concerning it. And then ultimately, if the board does want to move forward with it, we ask for the board to approve the ordinance as it is at first reading, but then recommend an order, make a motion to have it published in the newspaper. It has to be published at least 10 days, and then bring it back for a second reading of the ordinance. At that time, consider it at that time, and then introduce, read, and then pass it then with any changes. If there are changes to it, we do publish those after the fact. So that's a little bit of the background of the process, but that's why ordinances always have two readings. This is the initial reading, and then the board can decide whether to publish it for consideration. Each time at reading, we do take public comment on the ordinance itself. So this is a separate public comment period that you would invite. So you can typically read the title, ask for public comment, then have board consideration of it, any questions of staff, and then move forward with the appropriate motion. This particular ordinance was brought because there was a request from a member of the community who had reached out to one of our commissioners, who in turn had looked into whether or not bringing forward a Jake brake ordinance, as we call it, would be appropriate. So what we're talking about here, and it's in the backup as well, is that trucks, as you know, very often use air compression brakes. It's a safety feature that they use that allow them to save the truck's brakes itself in case of an emergency when driving on declining or steep highway surfaces. So when these brakes, commonly known as Jake brakes, are used and they're not properly muffled, they make a very, very disturbing and loud noise, to the extent that many people in the community are bothered by it. It causes discomfort, it causes various impacts to people. And so several municipalities, actually a number of municipalities in Colorado, have passed ordinances related to Jake brakes, and some counties have as well. I know at least La Plata County did. The city and county of Broomfield passed a similar ordinance, but they actually prohibited Jake brakes. That's not what we're seeking to do here. CDOT has determined that these are valid things that are on trucks to help them maintain safety, but they also indicate that properly muffled brakes, even if they're properly muffled, they're still annoying, but that it's a valid thing to try and require that at least. So I spoke with the sheriff recently about this when the idea of the ordinance came forward, and we discussed a couple of different issues relating to it. The town of Georgetown actually has already adopted its own Jake brake ordinance, and I can't speak to whether Idaho Springs has. I was under the impression Empire did, but I know Randy was actually going to check into that. But when I spoke to the sheriff yesterday, he thought they may have. Typically speaking, we would not enforce a Jake brake ordinance within a municipality if it has its own police force that enforces its own ordinance. I imagine, and the sheriff can speak to this, if we have some mutual aid agreements, perhaps we could do that. But these type of ordinance are meant to make truckers specifically aware that they are required to have these type of mufflers on there. Very often it's in inspections that this type of thing is determined as to whether or not they're compliant. It's not necessarily catching them when they are braking. It's kind of a difficult thing, frankly, in the sheriff's case, with limited amount of resources and deputies to be able to necessarily chase after somebody who happens to use a Jake brake at a particular time. It's in a way, it's analogous to trying to measure shooting, recreational shooting, when we don't know when it's going to happen and we don't have a sound device out there to just take care of it. So that's kind of what I think of. But having an ordinance like this on the books does actually allow us at least the enforcement mechanism, even if from a practical standpoint, it may not be easily enforceable. But some places are able to enforce it. The other thing I would point out is that some of the complaints that we do receive from the community are from the towns, within the towns. And if those towns, such as Georgetown, for example, have residents who are annoyed by the Jake brakes, it's actually the town police that probably would be best and most effective in addressing the issue within the town, such as even that stretch of I-70 that runs through Georgetown, which is probably the one that most people catch. That would be something that they would want to call the town for. But I think our commissioners are receptive to the idea that obviously in unincorporated areas, we'd want that protection. One other thing is with regard to adopting this, I think that the sheriff is probably going to be able to speak somewhat to it. I don't want to get in front of him. I suspect he understands the idea of having something like this on the books. Again, the sheriff himself, as far as I understand, the sheriff's department has never received a complaint about Jake brakes. It's just because of the fact that it probably happens within towns and people probably complain more to their own police departments. So Sheriff, I don't know if you have anything that you want to comment before we go on to the next step, and then certainly if the commissioners have any questions about it.
I really don't have anything else to expound on. Just in 2005, the legislation went ahead and put on the state statutes, the 42 code, that all engines must have a muffler. If they have a Jake brake, they have to have a muffler on it. And you can tell the difference when they're coming down Silver Plume Hill. When I'm out back in the sheriff's office, you can hear them, the ones that don't and the ones that do. A lot of like the old cattle trucks and stuff like that are coming through that don't have a muffled Jake brake. So yes, they are out there. We don't have that many complaints anymore. Mainly it's Georgetown residents that are complaining, and by the time they complain, the trucks are in the town of Georgetown. And with this state statute, we can write the muffler ticket on state charges. If we had an ordinance, we could write it also underneath there. So like Peter said, I don't recall of ever getting really any Jake brake complaints for the unincorporated Clear Creek County. So, it don't hurt, with upcoming stuff that's going on in this world. We might start getting more complaints come down Floyd Hill, or, I don't know. It's, it'd be nice to have it on the books, I guess.
Okay.
Yes, I've just got two really quick comments. One of them is, in light of what the sheriff just mentioned, it seems like this is a solution in search of a problem. And then the second one is, I guess I'm curious why we didn't bring this up in the context of a work session before we had staff go to the effort of drafting this.
And I can just speak to that aspect of it. And I did briefly speak to another commissioner about it as well. I think process-wise, this is something that we absolutely could have brought up in a work session. I own that because I basically ran with the suggestion that we come up with this ordinance. I spoke to some other county attorneys I know. I knew of at least one where they had done this. And so I started ahead on the process and moved ahead on it, knowing that there was some support to at least do that. But in retrospect, I think a work session certainly would have made sense. And I don't have, in discussing recently with another commissioner, I have no problem if it makes sense, if you'd rather table this consideration at this point, bring it back for a work session. There's nothing to stop us from doing that. What was ultimately decided is, since it was on the agenda and we had it here, that we could have this discussion at this point. But yeah, I think in the future, especially when we're dealing with actually an ordinance going, that a work session makes sense in advance.
Yeah, I guess the last thing I'll say is, I mean, it seems like this isn't a very consequential decision one way or the other. I guess philosophically, I guess have a little bit of heartburn with putting rules on the books that we don't really have any ability or appetite to enforce.
Okay, now that we've stomped all over that, should we get public comment and then we can discuss it as commissioners? Because I have a little different perspective and it's based on facts and that could be helpful. So before we characterize as a process run amok, there's some explanations. There's a couple good questions Sean asked about why we didn't have a work session, and I think that's legit. And I think it's just kind of the way the thing evolved and Peter got into it. But I think he said that we were going to have staff explain it, then we were going to have public comment, and then we were going to have discussion. And I'm happy to wait.
Okay, then I'm gonna go ahead and open it up for public comment. If you have a comment you'd like to make regarding this first reading of this ordinance, please click raise hand. We'd love to hear your thoughts. Okay, not seeing any public comment. I'm going to go ahead and close it. Randy.
Yeah, the way it came down was I've had a bunch of complaints myself from citizens about this, and it's happened. And he's right that most of it happens. Most of this stuff comes from within the communities where you have hills and a bunch of people. And at times, and it's usually used responsibly by the truckers, but often it's not. It's used so that they don't bother with their brakes and they come off a hill and they'll come through places that are even flat and use them to coast through town in the middle of the night and stuff like that. So we got at questions about it. And so I did ask Peter about it. And I said I'd heard that they have Jake brake ordinances in both Summit and Jeffco for the same reason. And so I asked him if he could look into it. And then I think out of the goodness of his heart, he went ahead and crafted it. And I said, that's great. He said, I can look into it and craft an ordinance. And I said, that's fine. And then we can discuss it. We only catch about 1% of the speeders or less, or probably 0.5% or 0.1%. That's just a reality that people are out there doing it. But we have those things on the books. And in part, the fact that we have signage and laws in place helps prevent some of that. I have had calls about both Empire and about Georgetown. We do have mutual aid agreements. No one expects, for example, that the sheriff is going to put extra people on the road or hire extra people or have them patrol for Jake breaks, but when they are available, nor that they'll be able to respond to a call when somebody calls in the middle of the night from Georgetown and says there's a Jake break on the hill. However, when they are out there and they hear it, then they can do that. And sometimes that's within, and sometimes that's actually without the city limits from where they're heard into the towns. But also it's because it's more often than not, if they were to find it in the course of their normal patrol, they're often going between point A and point B. The sheriff's deputies are on the highway. And that is, it's especially throughout the west end of the county where the towns are. So the idea was there's signage, there's awareness, there's a message sent. There's not a requirement of the sheriff to expect to do any more than they could do before. And in fact, they do have the authority to patrol both within the towns and without if something happens. And the officers also, the officers in the municipalities also respond to things outside the municipalities because of those mutual aid agreements. It was more about sending a message and trying to reduce the sound a little bit than anything else. And it evolved to this state because it wasn't a particularly onerous thing, as I understood it from Peter, because he said he was simply going to look at our neighbors' ordinances and model something after that and bring it to us and see what we thought about it. So that's how we got where we are. So there's absolutely, I'm sure there's not a big problem with Jake breaks on Witter Gulch and Bear Drive, but that's not true around some of our municipalities on the interstate. where our deputies often are and might run into it. But it's really more about just sending a little stronger message for those drivers who do abuse it, and especially for those that aren't muffled. And I did talk to the sheriff about it, and he said, yeah, he would definitely keep an eye out for it, but it's more about signage and just sending an additional message and trying to strengthen it a little bit.
I guess my comment is I don't necessarily disagree with anything you said, but I heard the sheriff say there's already a state ordinance or a state, it's in the statute. So us adding this is like having belt and suspenders on at the same time, right? I mean, it seems like it's just adding complexity and extra rules that aren't necessary.
Yeah, the only thing I would mention
I
with
made the
that
request,
is
I was unaware of that, just for the record. So I just called and asked our attorney to look into it. So
can you hear me, or am I frozen?
Yeah. Go
Okay.
ahead, Peter.
Oh, no, I was just going to say that the only thing about that state law is local, to enforce this, local governments are required by the statute to adopt an ordinance. So I just want to clarify that. So yes, there is a state law that allowed for this, but if the local government does not adopt an ordinance saying we can enforce it, we cannot enforce it. So that is,
Okay.
so Randy's right that we do actually need this local ordinance in order to be able to enforce it within the unincorporated areas of Clear Creek County.
actually, I was not aware of that. Thank you, Peter.
Yeah, thank you for that explanation, Peter, and Sean and Randy for your thoughts. I think I support this. It makes sense. I worked at the Georgetown market for 5 years. During that time, definitely heard a lot of Jake breaks. Definitely noticed sometimes they were really extra loud. Now I know why. And I think this is worth doing. I'll note that it's 11:08. We have an 11 o'clock COVID update. Thanks to everybody for waiting for us for just a minute for that COVID update. Sheriff, I see that you are unmuted. And after that,
I just want to let you know that as of July 12th, 2021, there are currently, this is from CDOT, that there are signs posted on I-70 at milepost 219 near Bakerville, milepost 238 approaching Idaho Springs eastbound, westbound at milepost 248 approaching Floyd Hill, and milepost 242 approaching Idaho Springs. So there are signage out there not to use, or what is it, for muffler Jake brakes. So there are already signs posted throughout the county, which will help us in the long run. The judges like if it's posted.
yeah, that sounds good. And the way I view this is just giving law enforcement an ability to enforce a rule that exists. We need to make it exist within our jurisdiction to do that. Pretty simple, not a highly costly action. And so I don't know, I would vote yes on this if such a motion was made, and I suggest that we table this or make a motion now.
So if there is a motion made, what I would ask is that the motion incorporate the title of the ordinance, and that the motion also directs staff to publish in both the Clear Creek Current and any other local paper of circulation, the full text of the ordinance and the next hearing date, which would be November 5th for second reading. And if you just want to say so moved based on what I just said, that's fine. Beth, you have a question?
November 2nd?
I'm sorry, November 2nd for, yes, correct, November 2nd for second reading. That allows us enough time to have it published for a full 10 days in order to get it into the paper in enough time.
I got it if you really want to say so moved.
So Rick, I'd like to ask a question before I make a motion, if I'm going to make one. And it's this. So do I understand that, of course, you're not going to be patrolling for Jake brake violations. That's like, chasing around after things that happen momentarily. But that if you are on patrol and you observe someone with an extra loud Jake brake, Will there be a response to that, or will there be any enforcement of it? Are we able to honestly say that in a public meeting?
Yeah, well, I'll enforce any law or ordinance that you guys put on the books, or this legislation is put on the books. I have
Okay.
no problem supporting this. It's just, it's few and far between that we will get a complaint. And, an officer has to be right there, right then. It's just like you said, speeders, we can write speeding all day on the interstate, but I don't think that's my job to go out and patrol the interstate for Jake brake violations. But like you said, if they're going to and from and they see a violation, yes, they will write that. We'll support the ordinance.
And it was my understanding that you were okay with it. You supported the ordinance, but you just let people know that, you've still got the same manpower that you had yesterday. Tomorrow you'll have the same manpower you had yesterday, whether it's for speeding or whatever. Okay.
That's a fact. Yep.
All right. Well, that said, I'll make a motion to pass ordinance number 50, and an ordinance requiring the use of engine brake mufflers within the county, providing for enforcement procedures, and instruct staff to publish that, and also publish for a second reading on, and can you repeat the date again, please, the date and time?
November 2nd, 2021.
As stated. And I'd just like to say that in just for discussion purposes, the purpose is simply to do two things. It's to send an additional message out so the truckers know that we do have a local ordinance that can be enforced by our local sheriff in the county, so that they're aware of that, and they might take a little more care through our communities so that they don't run into that. And also to actually give that authority as stated by the attorney to our sheriff.
Okay, I heard your second, Sean. Any other comments, any discussion? Okay, all in favor? Aye. I'm sorry, Sean, I didn't catch that.
I said, sure.
Okay, thank you. I'll take that. I'll note that as a yes.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you everyone for your patience who showed up for the COVID-19 update scheduled for 11 o'clock. Tim, Dr. Ryan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Commissioner Marlin. Hello, everyone. So let's begin with the numbers. Nationally, we are at 43.8 million plus confirmed cases across the country. Case rate has dropped over the last week. We're now at roughly 107,000 per day as a 7-day average. Hospitalizations have decreased across the country at 14%, although there are still many places with overcapacity. Fatalities, we've now lost 703,000 Americans plus as counting. Current rate of 1,878 per day as a 7-day average for what is a completely preventable disease. Our 2-week test positivity rate is at 6.4% across the country. Contributing factors to the current spread is the unvaccinated and the Delta variant. Vaccination rate, we have 56% of Americans who are fully vaccinated of eligible population and 65% with at least one dose. Here in Colorado, current number of daily cases is in excess of 1,584 per day as a 7-day average, and that has more or less plateaued over the last several weeks. Our 2-week cumulative incident rate here in the state is at 395 per 100,000. Currently, 77% of those in hospital are the unvaccinated. Currently, 43% of ICU ventilators are in use across the state, and 88% of ICU beds currently occupied. So a little bit different scenario here in Colorado, holding steady as opposed to declining. We currently have 864 individuals in the ICU with an additional 77 under investigation. Our 2-week positivity rate in the state is at 6.8%. The contributing factors to the spread are the unvaccinated, plain and simple. Vaccine rate currently in the state, 1+ dose, we're at 76, roughly 77% of the eligible population. Fully immunized, we are at 70.6% across the state. Here in Clear Creek County, case counts over the last 7 days, we've had 19 cases, 35 over the last 2 weeks, and sum total is 713 to date. We've added an additional hospitalization over the last week, summing up to 33. We've also had an additional fatality in our county over the last week, sum totaling 5. Our 2-week cumulative incident rate is at 359 per 100,000. 2-week test positivity rate is at 5.4%. The unvaccinated are driving all of this. Testing updates. We have testing 3 times a week, twice in Idaho Springs and on Mondays in Georgetown. Vaccine update, vaccine efforts are ongoing. We have vaccine clinic every Wednesday at the new facility, and that is on Wednesdays from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Any questions?
I note that and you said it, our 2-week average positivity is finally back below 5%. Do you have any insights on the volume of testing? Have we seen any change in the volume of testing in the community over those 2 weeks?
It has slightly decreased, yeah, over the last 2 weeks. From 2 weeks ago, there has been a slight decrease, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, comments? What kind of feedback are we receiving from the schools on the implementation of the testing requirement? Any updates on that?
It's fully underway across the entire school district, both in the charter school in Georgetown as well as the other schools. It's running. Basically, the first couple of weeks we had to work the kinks out. I think that's been accomplished now, and compliance is quite high. It's running fairly smoothly.
Okay. Well, if we don't have any questions from Randy or Sean, I'm not seeing any in the chat. Just waiting for a brief. Okay. Well, Dr. Ryan, thank you for this update. It seems like we've gone from taking up and pushing 30 minutes to taking about 10. Which, you know, I think we all understand the situation a little bit better. I continue to see value in these COVID updates, even if they're brief, and there's no reason to stretch them longer. So thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
And next on the agenda is at 11:30, quarterly update with the Open Space Commission. So we will go on break until then. We'll see you all at 11:30. Okay, it is 11:30. We'll get started just as soon as everybody gets their cameras on or indicates they're here. Okay, looks like we're all here. It's 11:30. This is the Open Space Commission quarterly update. See, we have Martha Tableman here, and we have Bob Judge as the chair of the Open Space Commission, as well as Amy Saxton.
And Mark Cuccinella, George.
Oh yeah, I didn't see that box on it. And Mark Cuccinella is on the planning or Open Space Commission board.
You ready for me?
The floor is yours.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you. Welcome. Let me share my screen and see if I can get the technology to work here. Let's see, I want to start slideshow from beginning. There we go. Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to meet with you folks. Can you guys see this?
Not seeing
working?
the screen share yet. No.
Okay, hang on a minute. And let's see. Go back to Zoom and try. Let me do it. There we go. Let's try it this way. Now, can you see it? Can you guys? No. So what am I doing wrong? It says your screen sharing. Thoughts, folks? I've never had a problem with this. I clicked it. It says I'm screen sharing. Is there something?
There you go.
Oh,
there you go. It's coming. Hold on.
Oh, okay. It's having to go over my laptop through the system, so maybe it's just. So you guys are there. Can you see it?
Yep.
Okay, then I'm going to go to full screen so that you can, so that you don't see all the other crap on my screen. There we go. All right. So thank you. Welcome. Sorry for the technical difficulties. We are at full strength at the moment with the Open Space Commission, which is nice because then we have all the bodies we need, which is helpful. So there hasn't been any change on that. You've seen our mission statement before. I just have it here so that we remember what it says. Start with Floyd Hill Open Space Park. We are still seeing significant use. People like it. We're getting good reports on people using it. In terms of what we're doing there, we are working on the trailhead improvements, which was funded with a GOCO grant. We are near a final design. We were working with Jefferson County Open Space, and Malt signed off on the design. Jefferson County has some comments and some ideas, and so they're going to come back to us, but there are things that they're concerned about, such as flow in the parking lot. Now that you have people using bike racks that are on the end of their vehicles, it makes them larger and therefore more likely to get stuck in parking lots. So we're looking at sort of the big picture on that. We ordered a restroom building, which is, I think it's CTX is the company. You've seen them down on the Front Range. They're concrete. We thought we would have it delivered in sort of this time frame, but we're now looking at November, December, and that may predispose us to delaying delivery till next summer because we start getting into frozen ground and bad conditions. So we'll see. That's still a question to be resolved. I did need to get an extension from GOCO for the project. We were supposed to be done by the end of September, and clearly we're not. They didn't have any problem with that. There is a memorial bench is going to be placed. It was going to be today, but it's going to get placed tomorrow to honor Glenn Wallace, who's a former Open Space Commission member who gave a lot of time to us. And in fact, he was instrumental in starting the discussions on acquiring the Floyd Hill trailhead, that land that's on US 40. So his wife is donating a bench in his honor, and it's going to be in the meadow so that as you come up out of the trailhead, I think it's the second switchback, there'll be a place for people to stop. And actually you can look from the bench up at where Glenn lived up on Floyd Hill. We did have a survey done to determine the boundaries of the conservation easement building envelope. This area, the 109 acres that's jointly owned with Jefferson County, does have a conservation easement on it. As we developed that conservation easement, we defined an area where we could build things such as parking lots. We had been out and surveyed it a year or so ago and found a discrepancy. So we actually hired a real surveyor versus those of us who were just kind of figuring it out. And there is one point that was a variation, and you'll be able to see this. This is the overall sense, the property that we bought that we own with Jeffco. If you can see the red line going up through the middle, is my cursor somewhere? There we go. This stuff, that's where we broke up the property between the two pieces, between what goes with the house and what we and Jeffco own. You'll see the building envelopes down here, and I'll get you a closer view of that. It is 3.55 acres. When we went out there, it turns out, as you can see, the revised location, where's my cursor? I've lost it again. This corner right here was not where we thought it was not where it was. And so that has now been determined with survey. MALT will draft up an amendment that essentially puts this document to be added to the conservation easement. It's my understanding, and they'll draw it up, and then both Jeffco, Board of County Commissioners, and Clear Creek County need to accept it as an amendment to the conservation easement. We have the same amount of land. It is just more accurate and reflects what we needed on the ground. Peaks to plains. If anybody's driven the canyon recently, you have seen the construction that's underway. We're also causing traffic delays. But because they're working on with one lane open and sending people back and forth. But we are truly underway. The soil nail installation is almost done. I'll show you some pictures of that in a minute. We're also starting to do test borings for the micropiles. They have to determine where bedrock is, because you tie the micropiles down to bedrock, and that will determine how long the casings are that they need to have come up, and then they put rods down in the middle, and the trail itself will actually lay on top of those piles. As I said, there's traffic delays. There's also traffic delays at night due to a CDOT project, so people are running into it right and left. The trailhead is closed. It's being used as the staging area for construction. People can still actually get ride up and walk into the area from the east. I was there on the conservation easement monitoring visit with Colorado Open Lands, and we saw a fair number of people actually come up and use that far, and then they went back down into Jeffco to exit. Parking between tunnel 5 and 6 is closed. There just isn't places for them to park while work is underway. On the weekends when there isn't work, they're actually parking in there, and that's allowed. We did close the cat slab climbing area, which is across from the Tunnel 5 Oxbow trailhead. There was a rescue a couple weeks ago, and Kelly Babian went in to deal with it and realized that he can't get in because of the construction the way they like to. They actually transport people across the creek to the south side, and they can't do that with the construction folks in the way. And so we decided to close the area. The climbing community has been very supportive of this. They just want to know when it will open up again. And it essentially will be closed, I think, until construction finishes, which is supposedly at the end of the year or early next year. Wanted to show you a number of pictures to give you a sense of what's going on in the canyon. It's actually quite impressive. They started with having to build a bench to work on. And what you'll see in these pictures is they had to create a barrier next to the creek. And then they are working on the uphill side between the dirt path they're making, or bench, and the highway. And so this is, you'll see they have barriers to the right there, and they're working on the left. And as they start doing, see, this is from the creek side. As they started doing this, they then work their way down to do soil nails. And there's a number of pictures here. This is actually after they've already put in the nails and sprayed it with shotcrete. And this is sort of, you can see how they sort of do it, and they keep working their way down. They shotcrete and soil nail a level, and then they dig down and excavate and then do another level to get down to the level they need to be at. See here, we've gone down even further, and you can see the tunnel in the distance. Just sort of give you a flavor of what's going on. When I was there for the conservation easement monitoring, we went and saw what they were doing, and it's pretty interesting. This is next to the parking lot. That's the Oxbow Trailhead parking lot. And you can see here they were there, and now they've gone even further down and put on the shotcrete. And these are the test borings that they're doing for the micropiles. And this one is under the bridge, and this one was out further and has a much fancier drill rig that can actually drill both holes at once. They're hoping to finish soil nails this week or next, and then they're gonna start doing micropiles. Alvarado Open Space Park. When we met with you in July, we were about to have trees removed there. The folks came in, did a really nice job in one day of getting rid of all the trees that were encroaching on the various buildings, on the roof lines, as well as removed hazardous trees, down branches, overhanging branches and trees that looked like they could be widowmakers, as they call it in the forestry profession. Cleaned up much of the slash that has fallen down from the trees. So the place looks quite good. We also have had directional and informational signage posted so that people know what's going on. And I've got a number of pictures here that Frank Young took of the park to give you a sense of what's there. And this is one of the signs that we want people to know that this is not Wash Park. This is a natural area that there's rocks and things sticking up that you need to watch for. And that's one of the signs just showing the boundary that this is open space. That's the creek as it runs through. These were the guys out there picking up slash. We had geese and a family at the pond this summer. This is left over from the Shadow Ranch days. This art sculpture that is there at the entrance that Joe Cicel did. And that's the end on Alvarado. On the cement house, which we've talked to you about before, this is down in the canyon. We had discovered a couple years ago with an assessment that it has asbestos in it, mostly from people spraying what people use to do texture on drywall. It was not inherent in like the cement block that the house is built out of. We then went out and sought estimates from 3 firms. The way that Colorado Department of Public Health now requires you to do it is you have a contractor do a delineation report that determines how the cleanup must be done. We had that done and then have received 3 estimates. And we will review those and select one to proceed. All of them are able to do the work this fall. Once we're done with that, we'll then get the building demolished. And these are just, this picture, all of that trash got picked up at the beginning of the summer, but it gives you a better view of what the cement house looks like. And this is from one end of it looking east. And this is to get it all cleaned up. And this is what it looks like inside. People have clearly been getting in there, doing graffiti and all sorts of things. And so it's an attractive nuisance, and the sheriff has asked us for years to get rid of it if at all possible. So, and this is from the delineation report, which shows where they've identified that there is asbestos. And it then also talked about what kind of cleanup needed to be done.
Martha, it might just be, sorry for interrupting.
Okay.
It might just be my computer, but all those pictures just cycled through.
Too fast?
I don't know that I need you to go back and show those pictures, but it looks like the slide has got a pretty significant delay, at least on my computer.
Okay, and it may be because I'm actually doing it on Wi-Fi. I don't have my main regular computer doesn't have it. Did everybody have that problem? Sort of. I'll go slower. How's that? George, I can send you a PDF that shows the slides. How's that? So you can see them. I'll go slower though. Triple bypass parking. We did this a couple years ago before the pandemic, so probably 2019. And we did it again this summer. We provided an ability for the triple bypass to park their double bypass riders at Alvarado Open Space Park. We do it on what we call, it's either the mountain side or I call it the horse side, where the horse barn is. They put a number of cars in there. I think they were trying to get like 200 cars in, and they did successfully on the small meadow there. And the Rotary members are the ones who directed the parking. But we've done this. They appreciate it because they have a number of people who only want to ride 2 passes and not 3 passes. So this was one of those things that we can do to help some other folks out and make use of what we have. And they very nicely had the area all mowed, that side and the other side, so that in case we had hot weather, we wouldn't have potential for fire. Here's a couple slides just of people riding the triple bypass. Odds and ends. We did receive a $1,000 donation from Team Evergreen. This was in addition to what they paid us for fees for using Alvarado Open Space Park. They really appreciated us working with them on the session series at Floyd Hill and other things that we've done with them. And that check showed up in my mailbox last week. We also have worked with the county transportation team on we did an open space letter to go with the transportation team's submission of comments on the environmental assessment on the I-70 Floyd Hill to Veteran Tunnels project. The proposals go right through open space property, the area we call Hidden Valley Park, Open Space Park. And so we thought it was important, and the transportation team concurred that we submit a letter that says we think this ought to be considered a 4F, which means they need to evaluate it. So we worked on that. We also have had several visitors attend our meetings to find out more about open space or to tell us about what they're doing. Carmen from the Rec District came just to see what we were up to, and Robert Young came to talk to us about his proposed quarry up the Central City Parkway. The Waldorf Mills site donation, which we've talked to you about before, the draft phase 1 environmental assessment has been completed in draft form and as draft. We're working with Becky Almond from the law firm that the county works with to finalize it. Once that's done, we'll be bringing it to you because you have to accept the donations when there's a donation of land. And this is the piece that's up where the town site was up in Waldorf Basin, and it's surrounded by Forest Service, and is definitely a piece that is deserving of protection. Maintenance committee. We've mentioned this in the past. We had a couple people who went around and looked at most of our key properties and looked at this, what their condition was and what needed to be done in terms of either periodic or one-time maintenance. We now have a matrix that they've developed for each property. We are in the process of looking at what they suggested, identifying what needs to be done between now and the end of 2021 and what kind of tasks we want to undertake, our projects we want to undertake in 2022. We have a meeting with you on October 26th. I think that's right. It's behind my screen here. We're looking forward to that and welcome input from you on what you would like to see discussed. And I'm assuming we'll work with Amy on developing an agenda. Projects for the rest of the year. We will be continuing to work on moving forward the Floyd Hill trailhead improvements, getting permits in place and such so that we're ready to go out with requests for bids and can line up construction and a contractor for construction next year. Peaks to Plains is continuing to proceed. I think it will be 90% done by the end of the year and will spill over into early 2022. The cement house cleanup that we just talked about. And I owe you folks an annual report. We'll get it done sooner rather than later. But that's one of the things that needs to get done. So you have a documentation of what we've done over the past year. And with that, thank you, and I'll take questions, and as will Bob or Mark or anybody else who has joined us that I can't see. And I will get out of sharing. How do I do that? There we go.
Okay, thank you for that overview. Any questions from Randy or Sean, or comments from commission members?
Well, I'm pleased to see the progress towards that Waldorf Mill site and that donation. That's an important piece in the High Mountain Basin, and both historically and kind of contributes to some ecological stewardship up there too, I think, really at the end of the day, by helping maintain some order to the, to the people that come up there, to see it. And I think it has kind of a secondary influence on recreational tourism up there too.
Yeah, I agree with that. I know we've discussed it and wanted to do due diligence and make sure we weren't inheriting an environmental liability. Happy to hear that you didn't find any red flags in that assessment. Okay, do you know off the top of your head, and this is just kind of a curiosity, Martha, what was the bid for that restroom facility?
Okay, I should not. I want to say it's $60,000. The guy just sent me the thing because we need it for the permits. But I want to say it's 60, which is a little less than what we had budgeted in our grant. And it's I'm not sure where they have one in Jeffco, but they're down on the front range. You've seen them. It's a double. It's concrete, and it's if you're a kid drawing a house with the peak face, peak going from right to left, and then going down, you have two doors, and it's all concrete with stone on the bottom and kind of clapboard, but it's all made out of concrete above it. And there's actually a storage room in it, so that the maintenance things you have are actually there on site. And I can send you folks a picture of that too. We have them from brochures, but they are much used in various parks, and people have had good luck with them. And essentially, is a vault toilet, and there'll be two of them. I mean, it's a double unit.
Thank you. The source of my curiosity is I remember the cost of the restrooms in CRC Park in Idaho Springs. I'm just looking for some frame of reference.
Yeah, the ELUs that we put in were about 40,000, and we chose to go with this because we think it'll have less maintenance needs over the long term, being a concrete building.
What are the maintenance needs with respect to periodic emptying, or however that works?
You actually can monitor whether, I mean, they're quite a large capacity, and so some of it depends on your usage. But if, for example, you had an event there where you had a whole lot of people, you could call in the people that do porta potties or somebody like Shirley Septic or whatever, and have them pump it after you have a big event. But these things will last. I don't think they need to be pumped more than probably once a summer kind of thing, unless you have some sort of big event.
Yeah, I was thinking about, George, something kind of off topic as well, which is the kind of strange arrangement we have up in St. Mary's at the trailhead there.
Yeah, the trade-off, I mean, and we've run into this, is if you have some place where you have porta potties, the porta potty company does all the maintenance. They clean them, they provide the toilet paper, they pump it when they need to be pumped, etc. When you go to something that is your that we own, and that then we then have to get somebody to do the maintenance on it, in terms of the cleaning them and toilet paper, and then periodically paying somebody to pump the facility. So it's kind of apples and oranges.
I guess that's confusing. I mean, don't we have to pay to get someone to haul off whatever needs to be hauled off and resupply toilet paper, independent of what kind of a design it is?
Yeah. No, I'm talking about when you're looking like at St. Mary's, where we currently have porta potties. They take care of everything. Whether you have an ELU or one of these vault toilets or whatever, then we need to have somebody who does maintenance on it. Whereas when you have a porta potty, you pay X amount a month, but they take care of everything. That was the comparison I was making. It doesn't matter whether it's an ELU or this vault toilet. If we own the facility, we have to get it. We have to do maintenance, cleaning, toilet paper, and pumping periodically. Whereas when you hire somebody, yes, I mean, you're responsible for it, versus when you rent a porta potty, they're part of what you're paying for them to provide you is the complete package.
Yeah, no, I get all that. I mean, it was just kind of thinking about the capacity issue in the situation we've run into in the past where the toilets have been overflowing. A lot of bad ill will, and that kind of comes our way because of that.
Yeah, and I don't know that we've seen, I think we've seen success and lack of success in both arrangements. I'm thinking about Bakerville, where I believe those are porta potties.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think I would describe our experience in Bakerville as a successful one.
No,
Correct.
I stopped by there on my way back from the Grand Canyon, and the dumpster was overflowing, and it was kind of a disaster. That was a few months ago.
Yeah, no, it's there's potential for problems with both.
I'm curious, sorry, Amy, those, I am not remembering the name of the toilet, but at the game check station, somebody was asking me about whether those can be pumped or whether the state that they're in right now is just the state they're going to be in until we come up with a different solution.
The problem I'm having right now is the people who pumped them for us in the past, Snowbridge out of Breckenridge, has told me they're not servicing down here anymore. And so I have been searching unsuccessfully to date to find somebody who will come pump them. And the game check station has a problem that, in addition to, I'm not sure, we're actually sure they're full, but people threw all sorts of trash and stuff in them. So we have a compounded problem that it isn't just that we had this overuse of them by people using them for the appropriate purpose. We had people using them for inappropriate purposes. So we're trying to find somebody who can pump them out. And that's why we right now have porta potties there.
Right. Okay, thank you. Other questions, comments? Bob, Mark, Amy?
I did ask a question, and you guys can send me emails or me and Amy emails. If you don't want to say it now, we would welcome your input on what we should be talking about on the 26th.
Yeah, I think we are going to be, I am working on something like that. And Martha, you'll get an email from me soon about a pre-meeting. And I want to talk about that a little bit on the 13th at your Open Space Commission meeting. And I think, I don't know if you guys are planning on talking about that as well. And try to facilitate a collaborative process to get that agenda thrown together, artfully designed and crafted for the meeting on the 26th. So I will be I will be trying to coordinate that work. Not that discussion is not welcome, but there is more to come on that for sure.
Yeah. It seems to me like our last joint meeting, we kind of left off with what I left off with an understanding of where the conversation needs to go. Seemed like that was kind of a shared understanding. We're talking about kind of the structure of the relationship. And I don't have any additional details to add there.
Another question though on the meeting is going to be just the forum. Do we want to do this over Zoom? Or do we want to try to have an in-person meeting? Do you all have any preferences on that, or we can, or mull it over and we can talk about it at a later date?
I would just offer that if we do it in person, probably would also need to offer Zoom connectivity because maybe not everyone would want to be in person or be able to be in person.
I sit on the fire authority board. We've gone back to meeting in person and we're all vaccinated. I choose to wear a mask, which isn't a huge burden. There is something to be said for meetings in person. I don't know if that's, I'm not issuing a strong opinion here.
Yeah, I think I can go either way. But I do think we should kind of see how everybody, all characters and, respond to it. Because I do think the hybrid meetings are even more difficult than all Zoom or all in person. I don't care much for them. And I just feel like you end up with two different layers of engagement and ability to engage going on. And that especially, I think that the folks that are on the virtual side in a hybrid meeting have a little bit of a rougher time. And actually both sides, because it's difficult for the two layers to communicate as well. Unless you've got a really good setup, it's, where you can really see and hear everyone and you can see the person speaking that's speaking, from one universe to the other.
Randy, those are good comments, and maybe we can just kind of put the ball in the court of the Planning Commission and go with their desire. I will state that, of course, we know there's a policy for Clear Creek County staff that if we're unable to maintain 6 feet of distance and we're inside, we need to be wearing a mask. I think it would be appropriate that that be communicated to the Planning Commission, that if we choose to meet in person, the expectation is that people will wear masks.
Open space, right?
Sorry, yeah, open space.
Right. Thanks.
If I
Brian, did you have a thought on that?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I'm not so sure we're quite there yet, in terms of being able to accommodate successfully both types of a meeting right now. We're headed towards that direction. Equipment's being purchased, but we're not there yet. So I think it's one or the other.
So are we satisfied as a board with letting this be a open space commission decision?
Sure.
I think yes, and with the if we are in agreement that it's either one or the other, and that we are working to determine attendance ability and then make a decision from there. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, I think so. I think what you heard from the commissioners is that we're all willing to go either way, but we're kind of reluctant to do a hybrid meeting unless, so if you have any reluctance on, and there are more of you than there are of the three commissioners. So, let's see how the group, what your group, what that other part of us, which is open space commission comes up with and let the rest of us know.
Yeah.
With, and
Well,
with the caveat that we, we'll, as Brian said, we'll need to follow protocol if we do it in person.
That sound like a plan that will try to ascertain attendance and get that perspective from the Open Space Commission and then make a decision on what's going to make the most sense, with the understanding that we really aren't in a position to offer a quality hybrid meeting environment. And so we make our decision based on availability. Bob, does that make sense?
That works for me.
Okay.
We can talk about it on at our meeting next Wednesday.
Great.
Yeah, that sounds good. And we look forward to whatever you all come up with. Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Right.
Yeah, I was just going to say, if we're done, thank you for taking time out of your day to come in today. Those of you that can make it, appreciate it.
Yeah, nice report, Martha. Thank you.
Okay, so question for the board and for Peter and for Brian. The next thing on our agenda is a lunch break.
George froze.
I say somebody froze.
I've been having issues with Zoom this morning, getting kicked off periodically and logged back in.
Yeah, me too.
Me too.
So the question I was asking is, do we want to try to tackle one of our 3 executive session items during this hour? I'd love to have, 30 minutes of actual break time, but.
So I guess that's a good question for Peter. Do we have a 23-minute item?
Yeah, we have one item that probably would take no more than 10 minutes. And then I'd like to devote a little additional time for the one where Lisa Laban would be attending, so that I'd prefer to do it the normal time after lunch. And the other issue has to do with the opioid settlement. So I think we could probably do that as well in that amount of time. So why don't we do the latter 2 on the agenda and leave the water lease for after lunch, if that would work for everybody?
Okay, in that case, I move the board into executive session for the following purposes.
Pursuant to CRS 246402(4)B and E, for the Board of County Commissioners to have a conference with the county attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions relating to participation in the national opioid settlement and determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to that participation. And pursuant to 246402(4)B, for the Board of County Commissioners to have a conference with the county attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions relating to Brady Mystic versus Nicholas Hanning et al., United States District Court of Colorado, case 1:21-CV02545-STV.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Okay, I will send a Zoom link.
Okay, the board will adjourn into executive session. No written minutes will be kept. No decisions will be made. This meeting will stay open, and we will return here at 1 o'clock for a quarterly update with CDOT.
trying out my new headset. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, it sounds really good.
Good. I have now 3 mute buttons I have to watch. I think. Hi, Amy. Hey, you know it's going to snow soon. I just wanted to put that out there because everybody's not saying it. Now it's said, we don't have to say it.
No, it's not going to snow. Not this year.
What's it going to look like?
No snow.
Slush. It's going to be like slushies from heaven. It's just going to be slushies and of different flavors and different storms.
Rainbow unicorn slushies.
I'm there. Yeah. Commissioner.
Yeah, hey. Yeah, I was just catching the very last part of that. And so I'm going to go to really, really ultra fat skis and get a motorboat and let them pull me.
There's nothing we can't handle.
Pull me across the ski slope and up the highway.
There's nothing you guys at Clear Creek can't handle. Come on. There's nothing you guys can't handle. Been through so much, right?
I'm crossing over as fast as I can, Amy. They are showing up all at once.
Sounds good, Beth. You'll make it work.
Is Ben Davis on the CDOT team? Yeah, okay.
I'm going to go ahead and save some bandwidth here.
Good afternoon.
Hi, guys. We're waiting for Commissioner Marlin to join us. He will be calling the meeting back to order and kicking us off here momentarily.
Hello, everybody. So the board has concluded its executive session. No written minutes were kept, no decisions were made. On the agenda now is a quarterly update with CDOT. Thanks, CDOT friends, for joining us. Maybe we can start off with some introductions so everybody knows everybody.
I'm Jeff Tacknorse, Highway Maintenance Superintendent here for Section 9. I'm on Paul Fox's computer.
Thanks for clearing that up, Jeff. It says you're Paul Fox.
Yep.
You'll just be Paul from now on.
Okay.
Fritz Holman, Operations Manager, I-70 Mountain Corridor for CDOT.
Then on the engineering side, Mike Hellman out of the West Program Engineer. Go ahead, Ben.
And I'm Ben Davis, Resident Engineer.
Vanessa Henderson, Region 1 Environmental Manager. Or sorry, Vanessa Halliday. I already forgot my name.
Congratulations, Vanessa.
Thanks, Cindy.
Andy Herman, Region 1 Planning.
And Paul Justitis, Region 1 Director. Sorry I was late. We got a hole in the I-70 at Kipling Bridge, so to tell everybody what was going on. Thank you.
Julie, do you want to introduce yourself? Looks like I'm just looking at the remaining list here. You might be the last one.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was a few minutes late too. Julie George, local government liaison. I work out of the headquarters office. Good to see everybody.
Good to see you all. Thank you for doing that. I'm George Marlin. I'm a commissioner. We can just do that quick too. I live in Idaho Springs.
John Wood, Commissioner in Evergreen.
Randy Wheelock, I think I know everybody here anyway, but Commissioner on the west end of the county.
Peter Lichtman, County Attorney.
Cindy Neely, Clear Creek County Transportation Team.
I think your title is Cindy Neely. Cindy Neely, title Cindy Neely. Amy Saxton. Hi, everyone.
Brian Bossart, County Manager.
Beth Luther.
Okay, I think that's everyone. I see Sheriff Rick Albers is here. He stays logged into these meetings. Not sure if he's actually here.
Oh, you introduced me, George. That just did. I'm just in the background.
Thank you, Sheriff. Okay, so CDOT folks, what do you have for us this quarter?
Yep. So Ben will kind of roll through our standard slide presentation with updates to projects, current ongoing projects, and then ones coming down the pipeline. So Ben is replacing Neil Ogden. I think that most of you know Neil. He quit and moved on to greener pastures. Oh, I'd say, I don't know, it seems like 6 months ago, but I've lost track of time. So just officially, I think this will be the last time that poor Ben has to hear me say that he's Neil Ogden's replacement. But that I think it's easy for people to kind of make that connection of like, who does what and where do they do and stuff like that. So so Ben, moving on forward, you'll just be the same old resident engineer here doing the heavy lifting for the I-70 corridor and some other highways within Clear Creek County.
Yeah, so I've got a presentation I'll run through. I don't know if I'm not as familiar with Zoom sharing my screen and all that, but I will try to do that here. Oh, I probably did that wrong. I get some feedback from somebody what they're seeing versus what I'm showing.
Yeah, you're on your main screen of PowerPoint. I think you want to go up to slideshow, the header slideshow, and then beginning.
Yeah, so when I did that, I think it went.
Oh, did you have it set in notes?
Yeah, well, let me do that again, and then let me just restart that real quick.
Just want to point out that Neil Ogden never had this problem, Ben.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mike. I appreciate that.
Oh my God.
Well, I'll just go through it like this anyway. So are you seeing the presentation still?
Yes. Yeah, we can see it.
Yep. Okay. So quarterly update for today, October 5th. So I'm going to do a quick overview of the projects that are in construction, talk a little bit about those, and then our projects in pre-construction coming up, like Mike said, and then we'll end it with some maintenance updates, and then we can get into any questions or discussion that any of the commissioners would like to have on any of the ongoings that we've got going on. So kind of quickly in our projects in construction, westbound Peak Period Shoulder Lane is finishing up. Basically, the contractors are working to close out the punch list. I think some of you are more familiar with or have more recent discussions with Jeff Hamden than I probably do even. But the July 30th was the opening of the express lane for testing. Tolling is going to begin after the first of the year. That's the latest information I got from Jeff. And they're just trying to get the contractor done with the punch list as quick as possible, I guess. That's kind of what the latest I have on that project.
I'll add on to that, Ben. I believe that the delay between now and then the first of the year is they're still doing a lot of that toll testing, that back of the room, kind of making sure that, you know, when a car drives past the cameras, that it's you know, it's not charging somebody who's in the GP lane and things like that. So that, I think we hopefully are not doing punch lists through the winter months here, that the work that's going on in October, November, December will be mostly that testing of the tolling equipment to ensure that it's operating properly.
Thanks, Mike. As many of you know, we do have other projects in construction. I-70 Georgetown Empire resurfacing project should be wrapped up by the end of October. There were some little bits and pieces left with that. I believe all the mainline paving is done. On top of that, we've got US 6 resurfacing. It's about 15% complete. There's some work going on between, I think, tunnels 1 and 2. And that is slated to be complete by August of 2022. And although, you know, some of these projects may not physically sit in Clear Creek County, you know, I think that it just, you know, I'm trying to talk to the impacts that are felt by Clear Creek County as well. US 6 tunnel lighting projects going on. Clear Creek Greenway. So that section of it was awarded to ACC. Construction started in September. They've been moving dirt on that one. At least I think they may have been doing a little bit of concrete already on that one. I felt it kind of weird when I put it on the presentation, but County Road 314 was also awarded to ACC. Both of those were, you know, our design bid build low bid processes. Construction on that is anticipated to start this week on that. Really just some of the early environmental mitigation or the environmental typical stormwater stuff. So, and then in a few weeks, that's when construction will really start to get going. The project engineer on that, Mike Doyle, is working with the contractor to go through their schedule right now to understand how that's going to progress. There was an emergency pit repair completed in September on Berthoud Pass. There's a picture of it right there. That was handled out of our unit as well. And that has been completed.
On Berthoud Pass, just in case anybody was wondering, you know, we worked with our maintenance folks, and it was just a sinkhole that started to open up on the shoulder due to some drainage. So I think hopefully we nipped that one in the bud, and it didn't become a bigger problem to mitigate over towards the driving lane. Still an issue, obviously, but again, I think it was a good catch, and we got it before the snow starts flying.
That's all I had for the construction projects. For the pre-construction projects, of course, the big one that we're gearing up, are working through right now is Floyd Hill. 20% design is complete. Environmental assessment was released on August 2nd. The CM RFP, which was sort of the most recent big effort, that was released in a draft form for the industry on October 1st. And the design RFP is hopefully coming out a week later, maybe plus or minus a few other days. I know Tyler Brady and, you know, all the way up through the chief are working diligently on that. Early action projects, there's going to be an FIR meeting in late October. The design consultants are on board, selected through a mini RFP process for both wildlife crossings and the roundabout work. Hopefully advertise in spring of 2022 with construction and going on in 2022. Mike, was there anything else you wanted to add on the early?
Yeah, let me jump in here and add a couple things on the early action projects, like Ben mentioned. So Atkins is on board with you know, getting the whole Floyd Hill to the 20% design. We contracted with them on the early action to get it to 30%. And so, like Ben said, hopefully we've got parallel paths where we're getting these other design firms on board. Atkins will hit the 30% for the wildlife crossings and the roundabouts, hand that off to these other consultants, and then they'll take it to the finish line. I believe Wood is one of the consultants for, they've got both wildlife crossings, and I'm drawing a blank on who got the roundabouts. You remember, Ben?
Yeah, the roundabouts will be done by Stolfus with support of Michael Baker and other folks.
Okay. So those will be, you know, the first kind of first signs of dust moving on the Floyd Hill project there. So again, yeah, that work will hopefully have minimal impacts, but we'll start getting shovels in the ground here spring of 2022.
Hey, Mike, no dust, dust mitigation and wetting.
Yeah, sure. Sorry, but we'll get dirt moving. We'll get some shovels in the ground.
Other projects we've got in pre-construction. So there's a small project in conjunction with FHWA or Central Federal Lands on Mount Evans to mitigate some of the frost heave on that road up by Summit Lake. So that project they just had 30% design on that. Coincidentally, Neil Ogden is working on that project. I-70 Floyd Hill, the Chief Host of resurfacing. That's a resurfacing project out of our resurfacing treatment pool that will actually be going to add October 21st. And so we'll have a contractor on board and they'll start work in the March, April timeframe of next year for resurfacing that project. The EJMT, we've got $50 million that was allocated for projects at the EJMT, and Neil Retzer and his team are moving forward with that. A lot of repair work. Just pull up a little hot sheet on it. We've got good chunks of money going towards many different aspects of it, but trying to keep the tunnel assets up to snuff, whether it's ITS or the plenum liner, I know is a big part of that. And then some property maintenance issues, as well as draining, and then drainage, plumbing, and heat trace improvements. Lots of different aspects of the tunnel getting worked on there. I know Neil's program is much bigger than that, but they did at least get the 50 million towards some of the work up there at the tunnel.
Most of this work at EGMT too is probably stuff you will hopefully have minimal impacts to traffic. It'll be kind of behind the doors. It's kind of, it's like working it on your house. We're fixing the roof, we're fixing the plumbing, we're doing a lot of that stuff. It's not like we're adding a third addition to the roof or to your house. We're like, yay, it looks beautiful. It's a lot of maintenance needs up there right now. We believe we need $150 million just to kind of get our head above water. We're thankful for the 50. So our goal is to show our commissioners and other folks that we know how to spend that money wisely. And we're starting with the roof, making sure that doesn't leak down into the kitchen and into the bathrooms and bedrooms and stuff like that. So there's, like I said, the majority of this stuff, you probably won't see anything. It's not like we're putting in, brand new LED lighting or giving it a fresh coat of paint or anything. It's going to be kind of the nuts and bolts of it, what we call the non-sexy work that most people won't notice.
So I guess you're doing that so you don't have to get a building permit, right? I mean, that's the way people usually do that. That's sorry, only kidding.
There you go. Yeah.
You got to build a new facade on the outside so you could just tear everything out on the inside and rebuild it without anybody seeing it. US 40 resurfacing. So we've got a resurfacing project going basically through Empire. It's going to include some intersection improvements with County Road 257 right there east of Empire. And that's going to be done in conjunction with not in conjunction with, but we're developing the design kind of at the same time as the wildlife crossing in that area. So we just brought a consultant on board, Michael Baker, to help us with that project, and we'll be doing some site visits coming up soon and getting rolling on design on that project. There's a number of drainage issues, as well as even some pedestrian safety issues and all sorts of fun stuff in that project. And that project will be in my unit as well. Bakerville, the EJMT climbing lane project, we're starting to get kicked off on that process. We'll have a full CSS process on that project, and that project is also being run out of my unit. It's one of the projects identified in the ROD. We'll be moving forward with that. We're going to step through a project delivery selection matrix to understand kind of the delivery of that project. And we're just barely starting to get that. The same project manager that's doing that is the one that's doing that Floyd Hill to Chief Host of resurfacing. So when she finishes up with that, she'll be rolling on that climbing lane project. Idaho Springs Mobility Hub, CDOT's working with both our side of the house as well as DTR with Idaho Springs on the grant money that they're going to receive for the mobility hub project. And Idaho Springs is currently working through some program management efforts on that and understanding what program can they deliver with that money. That's kind of it. All that I had for the pre-construction design projects we got going on. I did get some latest information from maintenance on some of their expenditures and what's going on in Clear Creek County. I think the big thing that hit me the other day was that when we were on a phone call for snow team efforts, just the number of manpower that, CDOT still continues to be short on plow truck drivers, not just in Clear Creek County, but the whole, across the state. But it continues to be a critical issue, I think, at CDOT.
Jeff or Fritz, did you guys want to have anything here you want to add in? This is kind of your guys' slide.
Yeah, Mike, this is Jeff Tackner. We're on Paul's computer again. Yeah, so we've done about 650,000 in Clear Creek this year. We are finishing up some paving down there in the eastbound there at the Veterans Memorial Tunnels where we had milled. Was also paved up here at the from the 216 bridge down, and then did another little bit there on Georgetown Hill, trying to get some of those real ugly spots where it rutted on us and trying to hold us until the projects come in and get it done again. So hopefully that's it. There was an asphalt shortage earlier in the summer, so that's the reason for the big delay of pushing us so late into the fall. So hopefully we get them done. They should be wrapping up down there at the Twin Tunnel. So we should be done for any major type paving. We'll still be doing potholes and things like that. Mount Evans, we did close it Monday, clear down to the gate there. So it's all shut down. Maybe we'll be able to go in there and get some maintenance items addressed, some potholes and some culverts addressed, but we'll see how winter treats us. As Ben said, right now we're at about a 26% vacancy rate in the section from there in Golden up and over to Silverthorne. We are about a 39% vacancy rate here at EJMT. So it's getting to the critical needs now. We're working on some different bonus pay type items out there to see if we can entice people to come work for us. We're having another job fair Thursday there at Empire because we are shorthanded there at the Empire Patrol. So we'll see how that goes. But we're trying to think outside the box, get people to come work for us, but it's a statewide issue and thinking outside the box, see what we can do. Any questions, comments, concerns?
Hey, Jeff, this is Paul. Do you want to talk a little bit about our little boundary shift on Levelland Pass and Straight Creek?
July 1st, we did take the challenge on of taking all of Highway 6 up and over and down from the tunnel Straight Creek down to Silverthorne. That's all incorporated into Section 9 now. So what our commission did, it was gave us 16 vacant positions, and we're trying to get those filled as we speak. We're looking pretty good. We still have 4 or 5 that hasn't been filled, but we have got most of them filled. So we're looking forward to that challenges and see what we can do there to keep Loveland Pass and Straight Creek open.
So that increased your allocation of, theoretically increased your allocation of manpower to a larger crew because you're absorbing some responsibilities you previously did not have. Is that correct? In your
Correct,
section?
Randy. We got positions, but we didn't get the people with them. So trying to get them filled is our huge challenge. But we got more budget and we got the positions to go along with the roadway. So.
And Randy, just for your knowledge, we've been helping Region 3 out on that side a lot. It allows them to push their resources over the last 5 years over Vail Pass. They have a hell of a time keeping that open. And so we've been helping them for years with our plows. And it just, when it comes down to managing a roadway for winter operations, having the boundary at the top of the pass, basically the Eisenhower Tunnel, it's just not a good place to do it. And so 205 makes a lot more sense. And we had been overlapping all the way back to 203 for the last few years. And so that's where we're going to continue to overlap with Region 3.
That
Of
makes
course,
all the sense in the world. Having been up there before when you're getting ready to plow and the storm's coming in or just hitting, recognizing that you get your plows off into the top of the hill and wait to plow down, it seems kind of silly to have two different regions, you know, coming together at the top of the hill to plow down both directions or each direction. You know, it's to have two different operations there seems pretty silly. So.
Yeah, and also, you know, a lot of times we have to close in Georgetown or Empire because Vale Pass is closed. So if we have a big incident or west of the tunnel, we don't want all the cars just sitting there getting snowed on, and it's really hard to plow. So this just be a lot more efficient than what we had in the past. And also, if you close the tunnel, it's nice to have the operations of Loveland Pass under the same group, because that becomes kind of the big detour, right? Or vice versa.
So I think we rolled through a lot of projects, you know, ones that are under construction, ones that we're, you know, hoping to, you know, that are on a good track to go to add here next month, the following month, that will go to construction this spring, and then some kind of maybe some longer term ones there, you know, again, open for any kind of questions or comments, concerns you guys might have.
Go ahead, Cindy.
I have a couple I have a couple of questions, and then I have one thing that was brought up to me. It appears that to a couple of people who have driven it, that the repave project that went from Empire Junction towards Georgetown, eastbound, actually does not connect with the eastbound peak period shoulder lane, that there's a gap underneath the bridges at the junction, that the pave ends, the repave ends at the, appears to end at the handicap bridge, and eastbound starts at the highway bridge. So I just, you know, I promised I would bring that up someplace, so I have brought it up. You know, that appears to be the case when you're driving it. So that was a question that came to me by people who were driving the road. The other couple of questions I have to do with the CSS. Is the PLT, the project leadership team for the Bakerville climbing lane, already established? Has that?
We have not started that process yet. So we'll be sending out a letter and in the coming months before we really get that project kicked off, so that way we can start that process.
Clearly, the PLTs and other teams for that would not be formed without our inclusion and so forth. So.
Right.
I just wondered whether they had been initiated, because at one point along the line, way back when, because I think it was when Steve Harrelson was still with Region 1, we were talking about the project leadership team for that. So I just sort of wondered where it stood in the process. The other is that I would then sort of assume that the construction, that the PLT for County Road 314 and Greenway, that's sort of the same PLT, isn't it, Amy? PLT and tech team, and that they will move forward with the construction?
I think that's actually an ITF of the westbound PLT, but I'm not 100% sure on that, because that's technically part of the same project, I believe.
Okay, yes, because it's an offshoot from westbound peak period shoulder. Okay, but that ITF will stay on board through the construction?
I don't know how formal it's been. I have been engaged at different levels, as have Stoy and Carl. Not super regularly, but I mean, we're definitely continuing to be engaged on County Road 314 and on the Greenway project, which I was going to confirm based on your presentation, Ben, that I think that Greenway project includes actually the Greenway between the Game Check station and the roundabout at the east end of Idaho Springs. And that also includes the trailhead improvements at Upper Dumont. I think both those things are considered the Greenway project.
I think from like a bid plans perspective, let me just say that word a few more times. I think the Greenway work in the limits within the area of the County Road 314 project was included in the County Road 314
Okay.
project.
Oh, yeah,
Um,
yeah.
So when I refer to the County Road 314 project, I also mean the portions of the Greenway in that area.
Okay.
I think Cindy's point is that as the westbound, if that was being handled as a component of the westbound project, then as the westbound project is wound down and the box is tied up and put on the shelf, that that our CSS engagement should continue on through the 314 and Greenway projects. So what's the mechanism? What's the structure through which that happens? Is that correct, Cindy? Is that kind of what you're getting to?
Absolutely, Randy. I mean, that's exactly it. Because if the yeah, what you just said, if it's connected to westbound, we're going to try to close out westbound here pretty quickly. And it's going to get closed before we are complete with these other projects. So how do we make sure? I mean, Amy will make sure, but
Right.
how does it attach and sort of report to, because ITFs report to a PLT, and
Right.
that PLT is going to disappear. So we have to sort of figure out how to either that, or we rename the ITF as the project leadership team for the construction phase of 314 in the Greenway. And that would make some logic sense to me. And then we could track it in that manner. And CDOT could also track it in that manner to indicate that the process has been followed.
And just real quick, oh, sorry, Cindy, I thought you were done. At some point, if you could define those acronyms for me and others, that would be great.
Okay, a project leadership team is the team that gets together first on a project and essentially sort of endorses the project, but does not bring technical knowledge to it. And project leadership teams usually form technical teams, TTs, to bring technical expertise from a variety of places. And then if there's a special issue, then an ITF, an issue task force, is formed. And so for westbound peak period shoulder lane, the Greenway became a special issue because obviously it wasn't the mainline issue. It wasn't the mainline project. So it formed an issue task force to look into or to participate in the design and construction of the Greenway and 314 in that area.
I think, go ahead. Sorry, Cindy. I thought you
But
were done.
ITFs normally would report back to their project leadership teams. And that's the problem here, is that we're going to close down we hope, the main project. And we've sort of left an ITF and a project floating out there.
Right. And so I guess the point is there's a structure, like a hierarchical structure, a kind of chain of command, if you will. The PLT is formed to look at overarching stakeholder interests in a large project, big picture things. Then the technical team works for as long as it has to through the remainder of the design process, that last 70 to 80%, whatever it's going to be, through that process, and advises that and maintains our contact, our CSS involvement to be able to have influence over the project in our community. And the smaller ticket items that don't require bringing all those items together is like a subcommittee of the subcommittee almost, in which the ITF is formed to look at a particular issue, isolated issue, or a particular area like an interchange or something like that, and resolving the problems there. And it's often of shorter duration. But so the point is the parent organization and the sub-parent organization go away, and the ITF is left floating. What is our mechanism for these projects so that we remain engaged? And I have full confidence that Amy will be engaged the way she said. But what's our administrative connection? How do we officially? What's the official line of communication and chain of command on completing that work?
Yeah, I'm going to follow up with my team just to make sure that we take care of that, and we understand what that looks like going forward. Yes.
I have same question about one other. The early action projects had very active Amy, were they PLTs for the roundabouts and the wildlife crossings? Were they tech teams?
ATFs also.
They were ITFs also? Okay, but they should continue to be engaged in the final design. So they, and construction. What happened in Westbound is that we reconvened, when Westbound finished its design, we reconvened the PLT and created a construction PLT. Do you recall that, Amy?
Yeah.
And essentially that sort of needs to happen on those early action ones. We need to say, okay, we've gotten through that phase. And so we need to sort of bring the crew back together and say, who needs to be on board? Because not everybody needs to be on board. Who needs to be on board for it as it goes forward? So I would think that, Ben, it would be a good plan to do that for the two different types of early action projects. The
Floyd Hill one, I've brought up that same exact question actually a little bit more. I know with the design RFP being released that there's going to be a new sort of design firm on board, but the same PLT process is going to continue forward with the early action projects as ITFs within that PLT process. So, and you know, I even brought up the question of how does that look as we transition from the 30% design that Adkins is doing into the design team for next year. And, you know, I made sure that the CSS process was on board through the end of the year. So that way it could transition into next year with a new design team. So I believe that that part is handled and that will continue moving forward, much the same as it has been for the rest of design.
Okay, I think for us to have a little roadmap, you know, of how that's moving would be really helpful on these. It would just clarify it.
Right, which is more of a PLT thing. And it does occur to me, Ben, that this is a little in the weeds, but the wildlife crossings, I don't know how much design ITF work has happened. I know SWEEP has had lots of, it's SWEEP, right? I can never remember SWEEP. Alive has had lots of meetings to talk about it, but I don't know that there's actually been an ITF convened on design. Vanessa, I don't know if you can, do you know?
No, so it'll just continue to be the Alive group through design and construction on the wildlife crossings.
Okay, so they're kind of functioning as the design and construction ITF.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense to me. Thank you. And then one other quick clarification. I believe we did initiate the creation of a PLT for the resurfacing from County Road 257 through Empire on US 40, but I haven't heard anything about that or seen anything move forward on that.
There hasn't, since I came on, there hasn't been any work with a PLT for the resurfacing project.
I remember receiving a letter and responding to it, but I unfortunately can't remember the name of the person. But we can circle back. But
okay,
we've got so much going on, guys. It's, you know, we need a great big tracking chart. But thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Cindy, for bringing that up. It's important to know which table we're supposed to be at. So I have a question not related to anything in your presentation, just related to traffic speeding safety issues on Highway 103. Before we jump into that, I will gladly defer to anybody who's a little more on topic than that.
Hey, it's Fritz. It's Fritz. I can't speak to 103. I'll defer to our maintenance folks for that. Just real quickly though, Wednesday last at 8 p.m. we launched a new website. Have you been to it? Cotrip.org is the same. It's the same address, but it's a different look. The information's in there. Actually, a lot more information is there. We just have to retrain our muscle memory how to get to it. And we also have a traffic management software. The last one lasted us for 18 years, served us well, and now we have a new one in place. Minimum of sputters and coughs on the launch, but you will see that the one hiccup is the messaging that comes across either on Cotrip, on Twitter, or on subscriber texts and emails. You know, you can subscribe to information from the website. That is a work in progress yet. However, internal information, which we send out on ReadyOps, that's not going to change. The new system isn't going to take over internal notifications. We will continue sending up a ReadyOps to let our internal audiences know, yourself included, what's going on. So I just wanted to say that that's there. Any questions about that?
And Fritz, there's an app they can get too, right? But we're rolling it out in phases.
Thank you very much. Yes, the app, and I've tried it, and even someone as technologically stupid as myself, we found it very, very useful, and you can get to what you need very, very quickly. And so again, it's just retraining habits. It's, you know, it's giving us the information that we need. It's giving us the control of the devices that we need. But as I say, we're on a learning curve and we're getting it up to speed. So if you have any problems with that or complaints or anything like that, please feel free to give me a holler. And it shouldn't take too long, but we're spinning it up, and I believe that we're ready for the winter. So.
Yeah, it should give us a lot better situational awareness than we've had in the past. It really is a much needed improvement to that system. So it's a major overhaul. We took the whole system down and replaced it with this, and it let's knock on wood, it's supposed to work really well. Everything I've seen so far, I saw a presentation today, it looked pretty good, and definitely encourage you guys to load the app on your phone and check out the new site. You know, we'll see enhanced snowplow operations. Snowplow tracker should be enhanced. Sounds like for a little while that will go down because we're swapping out some of the software, vendors software for the snowplows. So we're hoping to have that back up in time for the major snow events, so you can actually track the plows, because that's just one of those things we get, you know, constant complaints. We don't see any plows, we don't see any plows, and you can go out onto our website and you count the plows. So, and the other thing is you're going to see, we had a naming competition for those snow plows. So you're going to be able to see the fancy names that the kids picked out for the snow plows, and just, you know, a lot better awareness for CDOT internally too. So when we have a event of some kind, it will allow us much better situational awareness to manage that event. By event, I mean snowstorm or major catastrophe or anything like that. So it's a good thing.
And as Paul said, this refit, going back to the traffic management system, it is a big one. And again, there's going to be some learning curves and whatnot. But again, like the new features that are coming, like Paul has said, it's really, I think if we get the public to use it, it's really going to make a big difference on the CDOT's exposure and what we're doing to help the traveling public. And yeah, so it's going to be fun to watch that. So yeah, I would ask everybody to go ahead and download the app, but be patient with us. We've got some again extra things that this traffic management system is going to do, but it's still a work in progress. But it fielded, and I say it the major crossover went very well, and now we're just cleaning up the bits and pieces. So please be patient, and you'll be seeing a really good product here. So there.
Well, for what it's worth, I've been surfing around on the browser while you've been talking about it, and it looks like it's working well to me. It certainly has more features than the last version.
Probably more than you'll ever need. And again, it's once you log in and you create an account, you can tailor your start page, the splash page when you get there, to show you exactly what you're looking for immediately. There's a truckers mode to where truckers can get in and get trucker-oriented messaging that, you know, passenger vehicles may not need. So yeah, I suggest pass it around and let everybody start clicking around. You can really tailor it to meet your needs, so you don't have to spend so much time there finding out what you need to know.
Yeah, and one thing I really like about it is for all of our lane closures and engineering and maintenance, They have to put in weekly lane closure reports to, educate everybody as to what that week's lane closures will be. Those are all communicated electronically into the system now. So when you go to that report, you can actually pick a starting point and ending point of where you're traveling. You'll see any kind of incidents in the corridor. You'll see any kind of construction, which lanes will be closed, when they'll be closed. And it's gonna, it's like real-time information versus having someone fill out a report. And then I'll tell you, sometimes we have a big region, they're doing some work somewhere and we can't find the report or whatever. And, sometimes it's not us, it's the city of Aurora or somebody like that doing something. But it just helps trying to answer those questions when they pop up. So like when we have a hole at the Kipling Bridge, we can provide better awareness to everybody sitting in their car wondering what's going on.
This direct input system too for maintenance and contractors to talk about lane closures also provides adaptability to last minute changes because they are entering the information themselves. So if they're going to start at another time during that day, they'll be able to put it on the website a lot quicker. So yeah, we're looking forward to it very much. Do I hand this off to somebody now?
Catch.
Okay. Julie George, I see here. I don't know.
I think Commissioner Marlin had a question about Highway 103. I don't know if I can answer it.
Yeah.
I'm interested. in
No,
hearing
it probably
the
didn't.
question.
Yeah, so I know we've talked about this a handful of times. The folks who live along Highway 103 continue to have poor experiences with traffic, with speeding. They've actually created a Facebook group called Local Concerns about Highway 103 traffic. One person's reporting that more than once in the last year, when they were trying to turn left into their driveway, they were passed aggressively on the left. That's just kind of one example of what we're seeing up there. And a younger version of me knew that that's a fun road to drive fast on. I also, in looking at different solutions out there, it seems like the literature is building towards maybe what you could call consensus around those radar speed signs really having great bang for the buck in terms of what it costs to install and what you get in terms of behavior change. I'm just curious, what's your read on the effectiveness of those signs? And is it at all a possibility for us to start to see some of those signs be installed in some of these areas where not only do we have like a history of issues and complaints, but situations that seem to be degrading rapidly?
And Commissioner, I'll try to answer that. So, we had a stretch of US 285. They have a Facebook site as well, by the way. And I'm actually a member of it. I get to watch and hear what the citizens have to say. And it's interesting to kind of get those perspectives. So we had a stretch there near Kings Valley that had a series of fatalities, high speed. Talk to State Patrol, they'll tell you they've clocked and arrested people going 100 miles an hour in that area. And the 4 lanes goes down to 2 lanes. And so, you end up with a higher crash rate. So what we did is a road safety audit there, and we took a look at all the signing in the corridor because we had, this high incidence of crashes occurring there, and wanted to do something to try to mitigate that. And I don't have anybody from our traffic group on the call here, but what I can do is refer the 103 question on radar. We did use that at that location near Kings Valley. I think we put up 1 or 2 just to kind of inform people coming out of that 4-lane section, here's some positive feedback. You're going 97 miles an hour in a 55 or something, and you might want to slow down. And then, of course, we work with law enforcement to, just at least inform them that, there's a lot of speeding occurring or unsafe behavior. So I hope that helps. And I'll definitely refer your question over to our traffic and safety group.
Yeah, I can speak to it from a construction standpoint. When we have construction zones and people are speeding through those, they do help, because I think it brings awareness to people who feel like they, should be able to drive 65 and the speed limit is posted at 55 because we're working, in those areas. And they do work, I think, pretty good for a while. And then I think people then get used to them. And then it just becomes another sign that is that is just there. I like it when it flashes, but I think that's kind of typical in construction zones when you have so many signs up, of lane closure, people working, things like that. And so that's just been my experience. I always like putting them in construction jobs because they do work at the beginning.
I think that Commissioner Marlin's brought up a good point, though, and there are different kinds of them. The ones where there's actually like a flashing sign or something like that really helps a lot. If it's just, the variable speed limit sign, for example, type of a thing where it looks like a regular speed limit, it just happens to be lights and it doesn't do anything, it becomes wallpaper. But also to add a little corroboration to that particular hill, I think part of the problem is both with motorcycles and sports cars and others as well, but particularly those, that's a favorite road to go try out your especially talented vehicle on a winding road in the mountains. And the problem is the portion that George has brought up is where it begins to straighten out for a few stretches where either uphill or downhill, they really wind it out because they got their adrenaline up coming over or headed for the pass. And on that section, particularly from about, mile marker 0 up to about 6 or so. And I know that as being a cyclist that has ridden there for 45 years or something, that you really see it through that section. They really open it up. So anything that could happen there could help those. And, you've got a few blind driveways and stuff. So it's a pretty dangerous spot. It would be nice to find a solution.
Yeah, I appreciate the offer to forward it on. It sounds like a good starting place.
Yep, I'll make sure they get that feedback. Appreciate it.
Any other questions out there? Go ahead, Cindy.
This isn't a question, but I'd like to take the opportunity to publicly thank CDOT for their support of the Georgetown Gateway Visitor Center. We have been totally inundated in leaf season. And, we are very proud to be we're not a formal rest area in some senses. We are definitely one in most other senses. And you've helped us with an upgrade of bathrooms and continue to help us in general. And it is greatly appreciated. And I want our county commissioners to know that the CDOT is participating with the community to afford amenities to the I-70 traveler.
Cynthia, do you know, is the work done already or?
It's halfway done. It's very difficult to get certain kinds of things delivered during COVID. I mean, the rate of delivery is so that the plumbing is done, the trip zone in the hallway is gone, and some of the major pieces are done. The lighting is completed, but getting new stalls has proved to be a wait for this and a wait for that. So I would say we're about 3/4 done. Well, Paul would probably say we're 2/3 done. But we have been working with the, thanks to Mike and folks, we're working through that purchase order with your business office, and it's going well. It's going very well. And the town has participated also. So thanks to you and Mike and everybody who made that happen.
Yeah, we actually had a commission bus tour through Clear Creek County last commission, which was, I don't know, time goes by quick. Was it 2 weeks ago? And so we pointed out the visitor center there to all the commissioners and kind of talked about the public-private partnership there. And I think they were suitably impressed.
Well, we're going to be close to back. The year before COVID, we were running 445,000 people. That's an enormous number of people through a facility in a given year. And the last 30 days has surpassed any similar 30 days we have been open. Of course, this leaf season is just colossal. So, so yeah, it's been a totally steady stream of folks.
I've been shocked at the amount of people in Georgetown over the last week or so, especially the last 2 weekends. I mean, you're pulling off at the exit. I honestly saw the Georgetown exit ramp westbound exiting into Georgetown, backing up
onto the highway,
10 cars out onto the interstate where you've got to get off on the shoulder to make sure that, because it was literally blocking the lane. The entire exit ramp was full, and there were probably about 10 cars out on the lane, in the right lane of the interstate, stopped, waiting to take the ramp. So people started getting off on the shoulder, trying to get out of the way, you know?
No,
we were messaging the heavy traffic because, you know, again, people coming up on the Georgetown exit too quickly is going to run into a queue of cars, like you say, some on the shoulder, some on the lane, but they're all waiting to get into Georgetown. And as far as my commute across Guanella Pass goes, it's tons of people, both on the Park and the Clear Creek side. And you're right, this is something about this year that the colors and the animals are all out. So it's, yeah, just bringing that in.
We sure are lucky to be in such a beautiful place.
People travel a long way to get where we just live.
Any other questions for us or comments? All right, well, I know I always appreciate meeting with you guys, and we always take your comments seriously, and you know, keep up the good work. And we've got a big project coming out soon, so I'm pretty excited about all the good work everybody's doing in the corridor.
Yeah, fasten your chin straps.
Yeah, well, thanks to you and your team as well. Certainly appreciate all the attention we received.
Paul, any predictions about the snow this winter?
No, the person who would answer that is Tackenhorst under Paul Fox there.
Good idea.
He's probably hoping for not much, but
excellent. Yeah, he always knows.
I think Sean was just hoping that you
expecting some
tomorrow night up high, but then
Sean was just hoping one of you had a copy of the Farmer's Almanac.
Yeah. Regression to the mean. It's time for a big snow year.
Well, I got an Epic Pass, so I'm looking forward to some snow. So.
Awesome. Thanks for everything, CDOT.
Thank y'all.
All right. Take care. Appreciate it.
Till next time.
Okay. The next thing on our agenda starts at 2 o'clock. U.S. Forest Service quarterly update. We'll see you all then. And we're back. Good afternoon, Scott.
Afternoon, everyone.
Hey, Scott.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ranger Hawes.
Okay, it is 2 o'clock. This is our U.S. Forest Service quarterly update with Ranger Haas from the U.S. Forest Service. What do you have for us?
Good afternoon. So I have a list of things to go over. Stop me at any time, and plenty of times for asking questions if I don't cover things that you're interested in. So what we've been busy with in 2021 is very similar to what we were busy with in 2020, winding it down. Wildfire recovery is the top of the list of things that we're working on with Forest. To date, we've been working with our partners on mainly these troublesome and Camera Peak fires and the fires on Boulder Ranger District with our water providers. To date, they've mulched over 7,500 acres at a cost of $18 million. So really taking deep dives with those partners to figure out where the biggest bang for the buck is to apply those watershed treatments to ensure that we have clean and abundant water supplies for the residents here. It'll be several years in fire recovery, so you'll probably hear a lot of these updates, reports, continually work on that. We do have a post-fire recovery team. It is getting pretty slim now, but we do have some additional capacity on the force to help work with those cooperators on those units to do that. I believe I mentioned it last time, but the post-fire flooding was a significant issue both in Grand County and Larimer County. So trying to get ahead of those things, put those mitigations in place so those rain events don't do as much damage as they did. What we do know is several years out from the fire, those same type of events won't have the same impact just because vegetation will start to grow and the hydrological function will improve, but flooding will be an issue. Why that's important to hear in Clear Creek County is the staff that I manage is an interdisciplinary team that covers both Clear Creek, Gilpin, Boulder, and Grand County. So my folks are engaged across the board working on those items. So while it's not directly in Clear Creek County, it has an effect on the work we can do in Clear Creek County. Another piece of what we're working on is wildfire resilience. So Commissioner Marlin was able to join a meeting several weeks ago with the Clear Creek Watershed Forest Health Partnership. And the ARP is part of a larger collaborative, very similar to those that are familiar with the NOCO Places effort, the Northern Colorado Fireshed. So this Fireshed is working on these fuels management issues from the Larimer, from the Wyoming border now down through Clear Creek. The partnership that I just mentioned was incorporated into the overall NOCO Fireshed, which is great news. So we're solid across the board. We're looking, same thing with NOCO, same ideas. We're looking at a strategic level, how we can work together across boundaries. Doesn't matter if it's private property, park service, open space, how we can do these effective treatments across the landscapes. We know fire, like recreation, knows no jurisdictional bounds, so working together is really important there. One specific thing that we're working on in Clear Creek County is a project called the Brook Forest Resilient Forest Project that is in the eastern part of the county. Buffalo Park Road. I know Commissioner Wood is familiar with the area. I believe he's visited it. But we're looking at a project area of about 1,000 acres, treating approximately 400 of those acres. And our main concern there, to just put it in layman's terms, is if a fire starts in the Mount Evans wilderness, how do we set ourselves up for success in being able to attack the fire with firefighters, aviation, et cetera, before it moves into those wild urban interface areas just outside of, and then to the Evergreen area. So it's a complicated landscape, a lot of mixed ownership, a lot of access challenges for us there. We've been collaboratively working with Colorado State Forest Service, Evergreen Fire Rescue, the Upper South Platte Partnership, invited Commissioner Wood into a meeting to give him a briefing there. We intend to scope this out to the public this fall. We're still waiting on timing wise with everything going on to get that out to the public, receive public feedback, but we're hoping to have a decision sometime this winter on that. We will be working as part of the collaboration with the Colorado State Forest Service that they will be implementing the project. So typically in the old days, if you want to say it that way, the Forest Service would soup to nuts take a project on, do the planning, lay out a timber sale, sell a timber sale. What we intend to do through Good Neighbor Authority is what I like to say is hand the keys over to the State Forest Service. They have some authorities and abilities that we don't as far as access. They're also working on private and adjacent lands. They will do the layout of the timber sale, the contracting, the road work, and all those type of things. So it's authority the Forest Service had for a while. We've successfully done it over in Grand County, so we're looking to do that. Key to this is relationships and working with the community. This will be an impact to the community. It most likely will change folks' view sheds. We know that for sure. But we want to tell the story of the Cameron Peak fire, the East Troublesome fire, and why these things are important. There are several success stories that NOCO fire sheds worked on putting out during the Cameron Peak fire where they hit treatments and they were successfully able to hold those elements. Doesn't sound optimistic when you have 200,000 acres of fire, but those were community saved within that area because treatments were done. So definitely engage with the county commissioners, the county manager, the fire chiefs on working through the project. Would love feedback on it, how to make the project better. So I'm going to pause there because I went over a specific. Any questions or Commissioner Wood, if you've had any more thoughts on that since we talked?
I guess the only thing that kind of comes to mind, and we did touch on it briefly, Scott, you and I, is maybe bringing in Leslie or another Jeffco commissioner, because I mean, the truth of the matter is the properties generally that are to benefit from this are much more in Jeffco, is my understanding, than Clear Creek.
Yep, that is correct. And the Evergreen Fire Chief did have an opportunity to meet with her. I've not got feedback on that regarding this project, but certainly the benefactors, if you would be mostly Jefferson County residents. However, there are some Clear Creek residents that would benefit as well.
Yep.
Big picture, again, kind of using the NOCO reference because we're all familiar with it, is that we are working on 2 landscape level projects. You just heard me say 1,000 acres. We're working on a project in Larimer County, one project there that's 100,000 acres, one project in Boulder County that's 100,000 acres. So we're trying to take that big picture approach, do what's called condition-based management, instead of saying we're specifically going to do these, but now we're saying if these conditions exist, we can do treatment. So it's not 100,000 acres of treatments, but it's about doing the right treatments in the right place where we have collaboration and buy-in. So those will be ongoing through this year at that scale. Getting to the
raise a quick question for me, Scott. 100,000 acres, I mean, that's a sizable piece of land, and I know how sensitive those 2 communities are. Bringing up your previous point about viewshed, are those areas, first question is, are those areas a little bit more off the beaten path? And then my second question is, for our situation with the 1,000-acre treatment, is there a way to model what that would look like? Because I think people kind of have the worst idea in their mind about what's going to happen to the forest, and maybe at least giving them a more realistic picture would be helpful.
So the Black Diamond project in Larimer County is more kind of the northwest of Red Feather Lakes, if you're familiar. So not on a major travel corridor. But the St. Vrain project in Boulder County is very much on the Front Range, very much visible. And that's really collaborative led. The fire departments, the watershed groups, they're leading this charge. They're having those conversations with the community about what those impacts will look like. To your question about modeling, yes, we can do that. It's pretty limited. We don't currently have a landscape architect, but simple Google Earth modeling can kind of show what you'll see from areas, and we can also present other projects and what they look like after. Scaling up to 100,000 acres is going to be very challenging in Clear Creek County, and I don't know that it's necessary. But looking at bigger chunks is probably where we need to be in the future, working with the county, the Northern Colorado Fireshed, and the Clear Creek Watershed Forest Health Partnership. I think will get us to success.
Yeah, I mean, the community is a little bit, has a heightened sensitivity, I would say, in Evergreen, because there's a development behind Safeway, and the first thing they did was scrape it to mineral earth, and I mean, it looks like a lunarscape, and people were horrified. And of course, that's not what it's going to look like when the project is finished, but I think it does have people a little bit extra sensitive.
Yeah, same. Forest management is messy, in the first several years. It won't be pretty. No bones about it, but it's about long-term outcomes, I think, and walking people through that.
It's very long-term outcomes. And I think that I'm reminded of a time when we were looking at beetle kill and treatment for beetle kill over in Summit County. And there were plenty of people coming in, you know, who were concerned about their view sheds and said that they'd bought those properties with certain expectations. But the other side of it is, having just driven a couple of weeks ago from Walden down to US 40 by Granby through the heart of the East Troublesome Fire, can give you an idea of what happens when you don't have those brakes and those abilities for firefighters to be able to work safely, and the ability to even slow down the inertia of fire. And Sean knows way more about that stuff than I do, but just seeing the outcome in that area alone was pretty terrifying. And I think of the place that's, I think of actually, although Sean's right about Commissioner Dahlkepper and the amount of architectural assets that are in Jefferson County, but I also think about, you know, the whole area of Upper Bear and Witter Gulch and that whole area, and a lot of the forest sits immediately to the west of that, coming out of the Mount Evans Wilderness area. There's a bunch of state lands in there also, some patches of Denver Mountain and a bunch of stuff in there, and those and I think state wildlife, but identified several areas in that place before when we were doing the fire bans last year and kind of closing things down. And you know, it's all relative. For Clear Creek County, that's a significant piece of our of the property values and assets and the human infrastructure for our county in terms of the percentage. And the idea of 100,000 acres is that's equal to about maybe 30% of the entire area of Clear Creek County, or somewhere around a third. So if you think of Clear Creek County and saying that that's a third of an entire area, that you thinking in landscapes like that, if we think in those landscapes, then I think we can create a better future. And it may involve a lot of tiger striping and, you know, in places near clear cutting of trees and stuff like that to create those safety zones to slow fires down. But without that, you end up with something that looks like East Troublesome. And it was, I got to say, it was shocking. My wife and I had tears in our eyes driving through there. It was, you know, heartbreaking to look at some of that and see the lost homes and see the lost forest.
And I'll probably readjust my statement based on that. Thanks, Commissioner Wheelock, for that. 100,000 acre scale probably isn't the wrong scale for planning at Clear Creek County. The level of treatment will be significantly lower than that in both of the projects that I'm describing. So moving on kind of to the recreation focused piece. If you thought we were busy the last several years, we were, and we have some numbers to prove it now for the U.S. Forest Service. And I'm not sure that Monty has even been able to share this with NOCO places or not yet. But in 2020, we have some COVID adjusted numbers. We had 7.5 million visits to the Arapahoe and Roosevelt National Forest and Piney National Grassland. The last time we did the survey in 2015, that's an increase from 2.8 million people recreate on the national forest, or an increase of 158%. So we have some actual numbers now from what we felt from the last several years. So as Aaron Mayville, our deputy, said, congratulations, I think, because we are now the third most visited national forest. The White River is still #1, but we're catching up. And the Uinta Wasatch Cache in just outside of Salt Lake City is #2. And if you take out the ski area visits, we're probably exceeding what the White River has for visitation now. So it was definitely a crush. So in 2021, what we did was took a few short-term approaches, working through the NOCO collaborative. across the Arapahoe and Roosevelt. We did some targeted focus closures, 1-year closures on the Sulphur Ranger District and the Boulder Ranger District. We did a 5-year day use closure, I'll call it, at Maxwell Falls, so just outside of Clear Creek County. That now is closed to camping, campfires, and occupancy after 10 p.m., 6 a.m. We did a little more collaboration on that with the local folks to go 5 years. The other ones were more of an emergency style. I think most relevant to Clear Creek County, well, what we did with the changes was the limited time entry system to Mount Evans. We were addressing 3 concerns really with that. And depending on who you talk to, it was all about COVID, but it wasn't. COVID was one of the reasons. We had cash handling and crowding concerns for our folks and our visitors. But we really wanted to increase visitor satisfaction. If anybody's been up there on a weekend, shoulder weekend, it's shoulder to shoulder, not as an enjoyable experience. And also we were looking at the environmental consequences that we had with that amount of visitation is really why we put it into place. We also had a study that was done called the Sarbanes study that looked at Mount Evans, Guanella Pass, and Brainerd Lake a few years ago. And it was just timely to implement that. So look at the capacity of the mountain, what our opportunities were. So we spent most of March developing with recreation.gov this limited time entry system. We looked at the numbers from the Sarbanes study and found the number of 660 visitors per day. And everybody that's worked in recreation knows that you're really compacting a lot of that use Friday through Sunday. So what we wanted to do is spread that use out through the week. And so we did 660 per day, limited time entry, broken up in 6 different entry times, 8 to 10, 10 to 12, so on through the day. So averaged about 124 vehicles per day to Mount Evans. So anecdotal, what we're doing is collecting information about the success. But anecdotal, there was about 1,100 reviews on recreation.gov, 4.5 stars. The vast majority of folks supported the limited time entry. Some of the comments were similar to, hated the idea, I'm a local or semi-local in the Denver area, not able to just get up and go, but once I looked at the system, I was able to go. Best experience on the mountain. Don't have the specifics, but the one that I really love was we've been coming here for 40 years for our anniversary. We used to put the kids in the PJs coming up. This was their best experience on the mountain in those 40 years. And we're kind of seeing that across the board. Some people are frustrated with the limited time system entry. For those that travel through Idaho Springs right by my office, you saw the flashing reservation required sign. We had one at Burger Park. The first several days, we had folks showing up, didn't have reservations. And we're probably about 85-15 now, people showing up with or without reservations. One of our biggest challenges, there's no cell phone service out there. So if somebody shows up without a reservation, and even something's available, they have to backtrack to get cell phone service and get in. But generally, really good. And I know Commissioner Wheelock, you visited, I believe, with a nephew. Kind of curious about your experience.
Well, what was that? What was the last line again? The experience where you said?
At Mount Evans with your nephew.
Oh yeah, yeah, it was great. I think first of all, a couple of things I'd like to say is those statistics were shared at NOCO, and Aaron Mayville did tell us that about the White National Forest and Uinta. Mm-hmm. And Uinta National Forest in Washington and the White National Forest were numbers 1 and 2, and I think it was White number 1 and Uinta number 2. Correct. But both of those forests are what's most prominent about them is that they have very large ski resort area cultures. And he stated that if you take out the ski area visits, the lift served ski area visits from those 2 forests, they actually had less. Either one of them had less than the Arapahoe Roosevelt National Forest, which meant that we are now the number 1 most heavily visited forest in the United States, in the country. And so that's really significant. And another thing that Aaron said that I thought was really important was that Mount Evans, we're at NOCO, we've identified 3 different pilot projects for this coming year and with out of the current funding. One of those is the timed entry pilot, where we'll be studying the results and the procedures that were used at Rocky Mountain National Park and on Mount Evans, as well as on some additional ones around the region and around the country, and try to develop models for smaller scale versions of the same thing, that counties or anyone can try to employ to try to understand better ways to do them at different scales. And it was interesting to hear him say that he felt that, particularly for our region, but for our region, that was a model that was probably going to be, the model of the future for a very great part of our management of our lands, to try to, ration the activity while still maintaining access for everyone. But what I found on Mount Evans was, it was a pleasant experience. It wasn't overcrowded at Summit Lake when we went up there. And it especially wasn't overcrowded, by the way, and thank you for the trip at the summit when we went up that day for the meeting, because there wasn't anybody else up there. But I think it works very well.
Yeah. So
Question about that, and sorry if I missed it, but how does that system affect your revenues or your kind of financial sustainability of your operation?
So we're still evaluating it. The first month we were on par with our visitation at Mount Evans. Of course, that's typically our lower use season, so we'll see where we're at. Mount Evans probably is the only operation on the forest that is financially sustainable, or has been, and actually contributes to other programs on the forest, and doesn't rely on allocated funds. We're honestly, Commissioner Wood, hoping to break even there and see where it works. It's likely, if this continues to work well, that we can reduce one person at our fee collection booth moving forward. So I'll certainly share the numbers with folks. One of our biggest things financially lost there is we used to sell the American the Beautiful passes there, so your annual passes at the gate, and we wanted to, of course, eliminate that. So that was about $200,000 that we're no longer collecting, but still, we have availability at the Idaho Springs Visitor Center for guests to purchase those. They can purchase them online, so that's not missing out. I'd say our biggest gap, and the thing I talked to Commissioner Wheelock, is diversity, equity, inclusion, and how this would affect that going in. And the biggest downfall I see is those folks that do not have access to a credit card. So you can get on the internet and make a reservation fairly easy. You can call and make a reservation fairly easily, but you need that credit card. So those folks that don't have the opportunity, don't have a credit card, we're excluding them. So we need to figure out a solution to that. This year, we do still have fee envelopes, able to pay. Cash handling is a major security and safety issue for me up there. So we want to minimize it, but we also want to make sure everybody has access to their public land. So I think that's the biggest challenge in all of this, is ensuring that we have that equity and access.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I was going to bring that up too. It occurs to me as I think through these things and try to find a place for equity. I wonder if there's a way to dedicate capacity to, certain organizations that are doing equity work, or to volunteers, find a way that folks who want to volunteer in stewardship have a little bit of increased access. And obviously this is not a well-formed concept in my mind, but that's how we move forward with this system in a way that doesn't make it worse from an equity perspective of access to the outdoors would be good. And if we can improve on it, that's even better.
That's been a real major focus. And I think that's one of the reasons why we're, in looking at the timed entry things, I think we're looking more, rather than trying to use the fees like congestion pricing, it's right now they're being used as the only additional fee is just it's very minimal, and it's to process the size of the, process the operation itself without trying to fund trail maintenance or anything like that. So it's very nominal. Beyond that, though, there's also, just technology and who's got access to technology to be able to even get on to make the reservation. And so those are, I mean, so those are really interesting ideas that you just mentioned about being able to allocate blocks maybe of access to certain people. I hadn't thought about the idea that people, I mean, obviously you can work in the forest in order to be in the forest. To require that as a condition of access without money, without adequate money that one couldn't afford otherwise, has other implications that have to be thought out pretty well, I think. But it's a good idea.
As far as financial equity too, that's a good segue. For full access, when the mountain's entirely open, it's $15 recreation fee that goes back to the forest, but there is a $2 reservation fee. So that was in addition. The comparison for the 214ers that you can drive to in the state of Colorado, the cost to go to Pikes Peak is $50. So we feel like we're a pretty good bargain as far as that's concerned. And those actually were my favorite comments on rec.gov, that Mount Evans is much better than Pikes Peak. So
is the $50 or whatever you're putting, is that per carload or per person? So
they did try to transition to the buses only, Commissioner Wood, so I'm not sure what it was, but it was per carload. And same for us, going to Mount Evans, it's $15 per vehicle. There's a reduced price for motorcycles. To rush that, I agree. Bikers and hikers are always free.
Yeah. And I just want to make two quick comments or observations. I see the other side of that coin too, which is I go to Fisherman's Bridge or Radium or something, and I don't have like 7 singles or, you know, whatever it is, and there's no capacity to pay electronically at those sites. The other one was, I certainly appreciate the comment about access. Has anyone ever quantified what we're really talking about? And what I mean by that is, somebody who doesn't have a credit card is somewhat unlikely to have a car also. And I'm just wondering how much of this is actually people who are really getting turned away versus something that could happen.
Yeah, I'm certainly not the expert. I think we've had multiple panels during NOCO places that are the experts. But to Commissioner Marlin, I'd love to see more intercity Denver buses, you know, youth groups coming up and visiting their national forest, whether or not it was Mount Evans or just other places. So I think that's one of the most interesting thing of the group is making sure those opportunities are available to everybody. So no answer for you for myself, but we can certainly put you in touch with some of those smarter people on that question.
You know,
Yeah,
I think.
Oh,
go ahead,
Randy.
George. Sorry. Go ahead, please.
I was just going to say, Sean, it's a good observation, and we can't expect forest management planning to solve broader equity issues, which, Sean, you're right to point out, they exist and should be addressed, and probably in other settings we can find more bang for the buck. Which is why I was kind of saying maybe if we try not to make it worse, then maybe at some point we can start to talk about any income inequality and other issues in those appropriate settings.
Part of the stuff that has come up at NOCO, and I hate to jump back in like this, but it's that a lot of it is the way you portray yourself, the way we market, the way industry markets and everything. When people see pictures of other people recreating in certain areas, there are a lot of different factors that go into why people don't go to certain places. And sometimes it's because they can't envision themselves in those places because they never see examples of it. And a lot of that has to do with how we communicate. And part of that honestly is both tourism and destination management and asset marketing, as well as how land managers do portray, because when they do show pictures of their operations on their websites and everything else, that is important. And the fact that certain segments of our population aren't using it doesn't necessarily mean they wouldn't if they could. And so I think that's all part, some of that does fall, I think, into public land management and how we communicate regarding stewardship on public lands and everything. So I think it's a really big picture that does come into it. But I also think it is right that it goes way outside the bandwidth of you know, a typical ranger district, for example, other than through policies that are set from above about how we market, and most of that marketing actually does come from from a level above that most of the time anyway. But if all of our pictures of a certain place, you know, look like a particular kind of place, kind of like an REI ad or something like that, then you may end up with a, and that's a bad example, I think, because they're doing a better job now, but cost, technology access, transportation, and all those things factor in. The interesting thing about the transportation access is that part of the way to ration people into the asset is to use transportation and shuttles as an example, and use that as the meter by the delivery of access. And once you get into that type of access, then you can find ways to move more people through public transportation to be able to do that. So it simultaneously broadens the access while also rationing the actual number of bodies into the woods. And that's just a concept that's come up a lot in our meetings as we've been talking about that nexus between equity of access and stewardship simultaneously.
Commissioner Marlin, I'll look at you. I think we're running a little over. I have 2 other quick bullets, but I will go at your pleasure.
Yeah, I don't feel like I have a hard stop, and I do want to circle back because I've got a question written here from when you were talking earlier. I think you referred to it as the Sarbanes study. Could I ask you to drop a link to that? And then was it that 660 visits per day was viewed as the carrying capacity, the environmental carrying capacity of the land?
So I'll have to look it up. I wasn't able to find the study earlier, but it is called the Sarbanes study. It was funded through the Department of Transportation. You can drop it in. It's almost 1,000 pages probably. So there was, it's a little complicated how we went around about it, but there are 3 developed recreation sites there at the Summit Lake, and at Mount Goliath. And our total parking capacity at all 3 sites is 99 total. So the Sarbanes study set kind of sustainable limits and maxes. The max was 1,100 vehicles per day. And the kind of, I'd have to look for sure, but 660 was either the minimum recommended or what they call sustainable. So we wanted to start off with a 660 because we felt it was sustainable, allowed us to increase if needed. What we didn't want to do to the public is set that number too high and have to decrease and lower the expectations. We will be getting more information, but 660 feels about right as far as capacity, visitor experience, parking, because those lots were turning over essentially as a car drove up, the car was coming away from there. So you weren't queuing up in line there. But we do have the opportunity to increase per that study, but the actual data collection is going to be more valuable than the study itself. So that's very similar. The Boulder Ranger District used the Sarbanes study for the limited entry at Brainerd Lake as well.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm happy to hear your other bullets.
Taking my notes so I can make sure to email it to you. So I'm going to save this, both kind of exciting news, but the most exciting news to last. But I've been talking to Rough Broad, our Wilderness Trails program manager. He's been working with James Cavalli and others. Sounds like the Warren Gulch Trail reroute, that's for the location that's been closed for about 2 years because they crossed 15 parcels of private land, is officially on the ground. So thanks to the county, thanks to the County Trails Program, the partnership with COMBA to make that happen. We're at a point of the year where they just finished up and it really needs to settle some. So our official grand reopening probably won't be until next year, till the spring. It sounds like there is some snow up there as well, but exciting to get that done. Exciting to kind of leave that legacy for the community and the Forest Service where we're not having landowner conflicts. And with COMBA there, with James there and others, we're hoping that it's going to be a darn good, enjoyable experience. The last thing in the exciting news, not sure how much has been passed along, but the contract for the Devil's Nose Target Shooting Range has been awarded. So we've been working on this in earnest with the Northern Front Range Shooting Sports Partnership since 2013. Decision to construct the range in 2015, and shaking every bush that we can find to find funding for it. So some things to note, I see a lease on here, and I can get more particulars, but our base prices, we had to break it down because of the available funding. Our base prices were 56% higher than our IGE, and full build out will be 67% higher than our government estimate. So having said that, though, just lessons learned, these things are expensive. And again, we can certainly walk Lisa through the specifics of that, but construction's slated for about 5.5 months. So, you know, it's a short construction season up there, about 11,000 feet. So we won't anticipate it opening until 2023. What that will, seems like a bad pun when we're talking about shooting sports, but trigger the closures from the decision for those unsuitable lands south of I-70. So those areas that are shown to be unsuitable for the decision would be closed after full implementation and opening of that. So Clear Creek County's been critical getting us to this point. Former commissioners, current commissioners, Carl's crew, everybody that's been engaged with making this happen. We couldn't have done it without you, and we're so appreciative of it, and we're looking forward to getting the thing open. That's end of report for me.
Great. I did see the news about the shooting range. Very exciting, very good news. I'm curious, does that, and I could look this up on a map, but does that closure south of I-70, does that include Montaigne Park? It's technically south of I-70, but
I can send you I'll send you the interactive map.
Okay. Or, you know, I can find it. That's all right.
That actually is something I can drop in the chat for you here. Maybe I'll drop it in after I'm off camera.
And this hasn't been like a topic that's been in front of us recently, but one of the things, I guess I was a little surprised that some of those closures or mitigation hadn't happened already, because I haven't heard any shooting complaints in quite a while from like Old Squaw Pass and that area where there used to be, you know, people dropping off appliances and doing that whole thing.
I would tend to agree. I, of course, not in the field as much as I would love to be, but I have not heard as many shooting sports complaints that I have in the past. So we have not implemented anything above and beyond what we already had closed.
I think maybe the fire bans maybe have some impact on that.
Yeah, especially after I think Sheriff Albers added shooting to the fire ban. Even stage 1, was that just 2 years ago? I think we've been
it's a little longer. I think it was about 4, but yeah, I think that's been a factor as well. We had it, you know, a portion of this year was closed and almost all of last year was closed, and that caused people, although we've had some complaints, but they've been more specific to a given spot where almost more private land situation.
That certainly has helped.
Thanks, Sheriff. Of course, we all look forward to a summer where we don't have to have a fire ban and we're not inundated with shooting at the same time. What do they say about an ounce of prevention?
Exactly.
I have one general question, and maybe we can address it at another time, but I really appreciate the partnership that happened with Warren Gulch. And I know that the cycling community, the downhill community is really, really excited about that being open. And this has been a dialogue that we've had, Scott, kind of ever since you showed up to start working with us in Clear Creek. And we had maybe a little bit of a rough patch at the beginning, but it seems like we're really kind of hitting our stride in terms of being able to support each other and collaborate. I'd be curious to hear what's next, right? I mean, we've done some great work and there's some other opportunities, I'm sure, that are out there that the community would benefit from, both the cycling community and just our taxpayers in general in the state.
Sure. I think you heard that recreation is certainly a priority of ours, but I think most importantly is the wildfire fuels reduction planning, and that's our agency. My biologists are doing the same thing. So certainly opportunities to improve, but I think the biggest bang for the buck after the wildfires that we experienced is probably putting their attention mostly to that. To be quite frank, and if we just look for those opportunities to improve, work with others, and get the best bang for the buck. And that's where, give me an example, expanded capacity where we don't have it, obviously working with your trails crews, huge for us, but working with Jefferson County Open Space and maybe helping in managing Maxwell Falls differently. I think they have something like 1 ranger per every 300 acres, I think is the number. They have 27 law enforcement rangers. We have 1 for 220,000 acres. So that's how we're looking a little differently. So that's how we make those things happen, Commissioner Wood, I think, and expanding, making sure that we're hitting the wildfire risk reduction.
Yeah, fair enough. Thanks.
Maybe someday Congress will deliver us a future where you can afford to do both.
Sure.
I'm not sensing a lot of optimism. And then just a note to everybody, you mentioned the Nelco fire shed. I was of the understanding that we needed to sign an MOU or do something to enter into that process. I don't know that you're a representative of that group or anything, so maybe this is just a message to everybody else on screen that I think there may be some to-dos for Clear Creek County if we want to be part of that process.
Yeah, every county's been a little different. I think Man Jones from Boulder would be a good contact to see what we entered in with them. There's what's called the Boulder County, I think it's Boulder County Fire Shed or Boulder County MOU, and the county was a signatory to that. There's multiple ways to engage. I think the way that the Clear Creek Watershed Partnership setting up is more water provider focused, and their agreement might be a little atypical. So there again, no specific way. I think what's important is engaging.
Yeah, definitely. Okay. Anything else? Great. Well, Ranger Haas, thank you for your time and for your partnership as always.
Likewise. Oh, I do have one last thing. County Manager Brian, I'd love to set up a meeting with you to kind of go over, where we're at with Forest Service and kind of walk you through where we've been, as well as where we're going to be in the future. So I think you got enough time under your feet now. I can bug you now.
Yes, definitely. I would welcome that opportunity.
All right. Sounds good. We'll make that happen.
Awesome.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Scott. Okay, so that concludes our public agenda. We do have some executive session items remaining. I've been in contact with Sarah Casano, who may be able to join or may not need to. I may have what I need from her. So I don't know which one we want to do first, because I think we were talking about having staff available for the other one.
Yes, and Lisa Laban has the link for the executive session and she's planning on attending. So we can go into it and start with the water issues, or if you'd rather discuss the other item, we can do that as well.
I suggest we start with the water issues and then see how the other item goes. We're trying to manage a dynamic schedule. So that said,
same link as before.
So we did not read the full water executive session into the record, but one of the things that we did not get to when we last read these was the opioid discussion. We didn't get to it in the last executive session. So I'm going to reread that and reread the water.
Yeah, definitely. So therefore I move the board into executive session for the following purposes.
Pursuant to CRS 24640224A for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of receiving direction related to the lease, transfer, or sale of any real, personal, or other property interest in water at or near 7364 US Highway 40 in Empire. And also pursuant to CRS 24640224B and E for the Board of County Commissioners to have a conference with the county attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions relating to participation in the national opioid settlement and determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to that participation.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Uh-huh.
Well played, gentlemen. It's
Previous
only what
Zoom
I
link or a
deserve.
new one? Previous Zoom link or a new one?
You should use the previous Zoom link if you have it available. I can resend if you don't.
I got it.
All right.
Okay, the board will adjourn into executive session. No written minutes will be kept, no decisions will be made. This meeting will stay open. We will return to this meeting simply to adjourn. Nothing remains on the public agenda, so feel free to hang out and watch if you'd like.
That was fast.
This is something I love to do, is win the contest every time.
No, I mean, I felt like your executive session went really fast.
I can't even run across the street anymore without hurting myself. So this is the only race I can win, is getting back to the other meeting first.
That's so funny.
I mean,
You know-
literally, the other day, I literally ran across the street and immediately had like sciatica completely surrounding my right leg, and I could barely walk for about a block. It sucks being 73 years old, which I have been now for almost 2 hours.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the only other thing I wanted to do is, and I can't adequately embarrass you in this setting, but happy birthday, man.
Yeah, I put it in the chat.
I saw that. Thank you.
So
In
yeah.
a normal world, we'd have cake for you and, you know,
I
probably
was
make some
really
speeches.
I was really shocked that I didn't see Beth. I didn't hear a knock on the door this morning, and there was Beth with a gigantic chocolate cake with chocolate icing about 3 inches thick, on top of it.
You guys have been deprived for like 3 years now.
Totally. Are any reasonable counties going back to in-person meetings anytime soon? Do we have any idea? I'm not saying we should or shouldn't. I'm just kind of curious to know what's going on out there.
I think most of them have.
Oh, really?
I think most of them have gone back. They've embraced various levels of hybrid functionality and the consequences thereof. And
We can put this on an upcoming agenda for further discussion if you'd like.
Well, I think we discussed it, and we charged our staff, and actually I think I owe Alyssa a call and Brian
It's
a
on
meeting
order.
because what's that?
The tech is on order.
Because we were going to try to make sure that and then the question is, how do you operate that meeting? And because what's really important is that the people that are out there in cyberspace are able to see and hear the person talking and know who they are, which means that you kind of have, the work sessions where we have just people, and occasionally we allow staff in the audience to just sit in their chair and talk and speak, So the people in cyberspace is that we kind of almost have to mandate coming up to the microphone, because otherwise you got a camera looking at a whole room. And I've been in meetings like that before, and you can't see and know what the hell's going on. And then the other side of it is we need to be able to see the people, because in Empire they've been doing it. And it's like they come running over and set a laptop by the podium, and it's like you're trying to hear this voice coming off a laptop by the podium, and it's ridiculous. It doesn't work at all. So we'd kind of like have to have a screen dedicated that everybody in the room can see, where you can see the person talking, that's zooming in.
Some of the AI that we are looking at zooms in on the speaker. So that's kind of nice. But yeah.
Well, those are just my first thoughts.
Yeah. Well, we'll get there. And Peter, I take your admonishment. But it's a birthday, so I'm happy to spend another couple of seconds here. Happy birthday, man. So glad you were born.
Me?
Yeah. I mean, it's not Peter's birthday.
Actually, it was Peter's birthday just a couple days ago.
Well, Peter, I'm glad you were born too, man.
Yeah.
So your birthday was 2 days ago, Peter?
Yeah, my birthday was October 1st on Friday.
Oh,
Brian's
another
was October 2nd.
Yeah, Brian's
Another-
October 2nd.
And whose was the second?
Brian's
just had one too?
That's why I brought up the in-person meetings. We were cake deprived around here.
Yeah, we're really dropping the ball. Well, thanks you all. With nothing further on the agenda and our social time having been exhausted, happy birthday to all. And to all, we'll see you in 2 weeks.
Happy birthday, Peter.
Thank you. Bye, everybody.